Hello, gamers. It's time. I love when YouTube says live streaming isn't available right now, and then it immediately fixes itself. That's really funny. That's a good prank. They should do it more often. Hello, gamer. Yes. Shout out to the guy like 6 hours ago who went into chat like, phew, I just barely made it in time. Yeah, if you don't... You're right, absolutely. That's true. If you don't block out 6 hours ahead of stream, are you really on time? I think scholars are going to have to debate that one for some time before we can get a solid conclusion. Yes. Threat, actually, now that I think about it, all caps threat would actually be a good idea for an emote. I just wonder how I would visually represent that. Yeah, I don't know. I did finally add an Oars emote. Although I kind of want to make like a cartoony version of them that really emphasizes their eyes with like the good old 1,000-yard stare. That would be kind of cool. Probably just a faction icon, right? That might be a... I mean, yeah, that would work. It just feels a bit bland. Although maybe not. The faction icon is pretty distinct. Should be a glimmer with shining red eyes. Why glimmer? Why not? If you say glimmer, I say radiant. Finally, astral this stream. Fingers crossed. That's the plan. We're going to do a little more of the main quest line. We're going to try and get an astral. I mean, it's been 5 years in game. And it also feels like 5 years, even though it's been like a month. Speaking of, I realized I haven't... Obviously, I've been a little bit busy lately, but I look at my YouTube channel and it's like, wait a minute, I haven't uploaded a single video in a month. I've done live streams, sure, but no videos. That's just awful. That's no good. This week I've got to find the time to finish the Moneyfish series, at the very least. And then, of course, the Brawl King finals are coming out tomorrow. And now that the series is finishing up and the tournament's over, you know, well, I guess everyone else will see it tomorrow. I know how it ends. It's very cool. But after it's over and everyone's seen it, I want to take those matches and kind of like analyze, do a little play-by-play. After the action, we're going to, all right, slow-mo on this part, zoom in, enhance. You see right there, the AI was a few pixels out of position because you ordered your hull mods wrong during ship building. So, you want to optimize that a little bit. That kind of thing. Where I get really into the details of why the ships behave the way they do, and why the builds work that worked, and why the ones didn't work that didn't work. Because, obviously I talk about that when I'm casting the matches, but, there's only so much you can say when everything's kind of happening so fast. Yes. Yeah, they got the old slot. I've been thinking about you saying that the Prometheus bringing 1200 armor for 10 DP is awesome, and I would love for you to make a civilian grade hull playthrough. Yeah, that's something I've definitely got that I'm thinking about. A civilian hull mod. Like, it's one of those things that's kind of annoying, but at the same time, it does include... Like, technically, it does include, like, the Mark II versions as well. Because, the Prometheus Mark 1... would be kind of a good early game combat ship, just due to its raw stats for 10 deployment points, but I wouldn't take it to the end game. In the end game, the Prometheus Mark II would definitely be better. Bingus Man has a query for you. In your Paul Bingus vanilla playthrough series, you increased the range of Hypershine, if I recall correctly. Could you explain how? I can't figure it out. I'm pretty sure I downloaded a mod for that. There's a mod that lets you modify those parameters. Yeah, I would just go look up, like, Starsector, Hypershunt, range, modify, mod. Just string all of the keywords together, and it'll probably show up. I would defs watch you break down the fleets from Ball Kings and give insights on how they could perform, make the fleet perform better. Yeah, I definitely saw a few of them. That where it's like, okay, I see a critical error in the design here. And I definitely, even after like the first couple of rounds, I looked at my own fleet, like, wait a minute, why did I do that? That was nuts. So like a good example, at least if I want to criticize my own fleet, was I kind of copy pasted a lot of builds that I used from the campaign, and looking at it, it's like, wait a minute, the Omens really didn't need hardened subsystems. Like that's really useful if you're like fighting an entire Ordo. But in a situation where two fleets spawn next to each other and there's only 100 deployment points, all that peak performance time, this just basically wasted ordnance points. The battles do not last long enough for hardened subsystems to matter. I could have spent those points somewhere else, and they would have been stronger. And in fact, there was someone else who clearly did think of that, and took advantage of that. And his frigates did not bring hardened subsystems, and he did spend the points elsewhere, and I think they did make it like a noticeable improvement in their performance. It's like, damn, should have thought of that. Ooh. Prometheus Mark II continues to be the best capital for its cost, so glad you can almost guarantee one during the Sentinel debacle. Wait, you can get one during the Sentinel debacle from like interacting with the Pathers, but the Sentinel questline is more. Well, I guess there's the Scythe of I'm not exactly sure what you mean. I'm excited to see PvP with the Red Boys, weapons, and hull mods. That's going to be wild. I don't know if they're going to be allowed. We'll see. But that is going to, like, having a bunch of alien weaponry, or I guess demonic weaponry, could definitely shake things up. One always spawns during Scythe of Orion. Oh, okay. Well, the thing is, I was a little confused because I don't think I've ever actually done Scythe of Orion. I always just find Sentinel just by exploring, and then I never end up doing that questline. So, yeah. Appreciate a video of review on the Anubis, including good builds. Well, first I'm gonna have to figure those out. It's kind of a weird ship that doesn't. It doesn't like immediately excite me. That's the thing. It's like because I don't know something about it. It's like temporal shell on a cruiser, but also design compromises. It's definitely in a weird position. I like killing things. I like doing lots of big damage, and the fact that this ship kind of doesn't let you do that, but it does it in a different way from like Omens, where you can get systems expertise and suddenly they're really good. But this thing is trying to do point defense using a different setup, and this hull mod kind of restricting things. It doesn't immediately excite me, so I have not really been super invested in trying to figure out the best builds. But it is something that I should look at, because it is a weird ship, and so I'm sure a lot of people will find it hard to figure out. PD maxing is funny. True. Always max your PD. Double Paladin, 1 Auto Lance. That does seem like that would work. Especially after the Paladin got a Flux nerf. So running 2 of them and then 1 Auto Lance would probably be fine. I feel like the Red Boy stuff should be allowed in PvP. Most of them feel like good phase ship counters. I don't know, it's kind of a weird position. I definitely think you could run different versions of the tournament, like one where you're only allowed to use common weapons, or one where you're allowed to use a little more extravagant choices. That's for sure. I don't think phase ships really need like hard counters. I think like round 2 of the tournament, and you guys haven't seen these yet, but round 3 of the tournament has shown that like even though afflictor spam was like afflictors were very popular, they were not unbeatable. And the difference a lot of the time was just down to people's fleets being like, some fleets were very vulnerable to them, and it made them look really strong, but some fleets were not as vulnerable, so they did not look as strong. They were still good, and on top of that, they got nerfed in this patch. So I don't think phase ships are really that out of control. So like introducing a new weapon class specifically to counter them doesn't seem like entirely necessary. Hey, I just found your channel earlier this week. It's cool to catch you live. Well, hello, Dark Anubis, as opposed to the Light Anubis. And it's like yin and yang. Shouldn't round 3 of the tournament have been released today? I mean, yeah, the last couple came out on Saturday. I saw the message a bit late that the new episode was ready, and then after I saw it, it was late. I had a few surprises this week that kept me very busy, so I wasn't actually able to do the casting until yesterday. And of course, after I give him the audio, then he has to like render the final version, so that's going to take like a day, and so it's going to come out tomorrow. Demon Anubis could be a good meme. Possibly. A demonic Anubis. Well, where are we going today? Okay. I think we're going to be going and doing this quest line. I did drop by here. I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, I was grabbing an atlas. And look at that, an executor on the black market. Sorry, buddy. I think I'm going to be doing paragons today. In fact, I do have the blueprints for an astral, so I'm thinking about setting up a colony with with one of my many nanoforges and using that to produce an astral. Yeah, Philip Andrada's side hustle. If you do want to see a meme, simply put an abyssal glare on the Anubis. I don't think you need to explain. I think that's going to flux out immediately. To see paragons? Well, we're going to go paragon singular. Wasn't it a paragon blueprint? I'm pretty sure it was an astral blueprint. Let me just have a look-see. Oh, we do have a paragon blueprint. What? You're right. I completely misremembered. I thought I had an astral blueprint. Can you believe that? Chat actually was right. Thank you, Renovatio Imperi. You are correct. Your prize is you get a nothing. Please cherish it. Hold on, YouTube. YouTube, please, do not bug out. It is annoying. There we go. I remember a previous stream you mentioned about the open market having more D-mods. Yeah. Like, you look at like an eagle on the open market, 4 D-mods. 1 D-mod. You look at the Sunder, 0 D-mods. Open market, 4 or 5. If you're lucky, you'll get one without D-mods. I cheated. I watched the live stream late while I was in a semi-conscious state of mind. Burnout is fun. It sure is. Everyone should try Burnout for the PS2. Wouldn't the lore for it be they are trying to sell their banged up ships to get something back? I mean, yeah, but like intuitively, it would make more sense for like the ships you find in the black market to be sketchier. It's like, you know, kind of used car salesmen, right? They try to sell you a piece of crap. They're like, it's a great deal. It's a steal. An executor for only 300,000 credits. And you're like, oh, that's a steal. I wonder why these guys are operating under, like, you know, outside the law. But, you know, I can't turn up an offer like that. And then you get the thing, and it turns out, you know, the life support systems aren't working. The targeting, the scanning radar isn't working. The fuel injectors are broken, so they're wasting a bunch of antimatter. It's like, it's got like 7 D-mods on this thing. That's why it was so cheap. That's the kind of thing that you would expect intuitively. I'm guessing the open market is full of old decommissioned ships the military doesn't want. Meanwhile, the black market has active service ships that are about to get lost. Maybe. But if that's the case, there's a big problem that they've got, huh? If there's more black market listings a lot of the time. Or, no, I guess there's not more. There's still a pretty big, that's a pretty hefty chunk of ships. Well, anyways. Yes, I did get my Afflictor. What do I need? Level 10. Right, so I'm going to want to get Cybernetic Augmentation and Best of the Best. And then I can grab both of these. And then I still... That's just 4, so I would actually still have 1 skill point. And I'll probably get out of Electronic Warfare and into Physical Tuning plus Neuralink. So that way I can go Afflictor plus Harbinger. That's the build we're going to do. It seems like a good idea. We'll have an Astral. I do think phase ships are really fun. Like, or at least having like a small ship to pilot when you have an Astral is kind of fun, because you can hide inside the swarm of fighters as they are on their way to their target. Or in fact, what I used to do, which was a lot of fun, was I would take a Shrike. Yes, a Shrike. I would pilot a Shrike, and I would fly alongside the bombers, and I would sort of use my shield bubble to protect the fighters from, like, PD fire until they got close enough to shoot at the target. Is it the best way to spend your time? Not necessarily. But it was like it felt like a pretty novel way to play the game. It's like, oh, like I'm not just trying to kill the enemy myself. I'm helping the fighter squadrons get to their target, blasting it with torpedoes, and then if that doesn't finish it off, I've got the guns to do it. It's kind of cool. Yeah, okay. I don't think there's anything else that I want to buy at Syndria. Is there? Yeah. Doesn't really look like it. So, I probably do want to stop by Tritachyon. If I can pick up a Harbinger, that'd be great. And then I am going to go to the next step of the quest line. Yeah, so okay. I want to do the next step of the quest line. I want to stop by Tritachyon so I can just you know, do a little window shopping. And then I'm going to head over here. I'm pretty sure I have some... Obviously, you can't see it unless you're at the colony, but I'm pretty sure I have some civilian ships that I can use to ferry some crew over to a nearby planet to colonize there and set up a nice little orbital works. Using Afflictor as a flagship was a mistake. Now other ships just don't cut it for me. Yeah, it can be very addicting, that's for sure. It can be very addicting because it's cheap. You don't need that many skills to make it work. Like, just getting like this will do you just fine. And it's effective. Like, it's definitely a very good deal. It's one of the best player flagships you can aim for. Try Phase Anchor plus Phase Lance Harbinger. I think that's kind of the only... I think that's the only good way to build a Harbinger, honestly. How else would you build it? The other weapons have too much of a problem with, like, it has to... Not only does it have to get closer because you have to skip Advanced Optics. Well, Advanced Optics only applies to beam weapons. But also, even the Ion Pulsar, you still have to, like, unphase for, like, a full 2 seconds to actually empty your magazines. With a Phase Lance, it's, like, 1 second. So the vulnerability window is shorter, and also you have longer range. Like, it's really... And also, the fact that they do soft flux damage isn't a big deal when it can just spam Phase Anchor to, like, recharge fast enough to, like, get through the enemy shields anyways, but also it has an ability to drop their shields in the first place. So it's kind of... Triple Antimatter Blaster. I guess that's true. Triple Antimatter Blaster would also work. I think that's one of the problems with phase ships, is that just due to the nature of phase, the weapons that are going to be the best are always the ones that have the shortest, like, burst. Like, even Ion Pulsars, which are a burst-type weapon, they still feel like they take too long to actually empty their magazines. Disintegrator is now very good in the Hyperion? Well, that's interesting. I would probably still use the Mining Blaster, right? Just because it's cheaper. The Doom felt incredibly slow compared to before, but I also haven't played in years. Yeah, that's due to the changes in phase mechanics. Do you run the unfortunately placed missiles on the Harbinger? No, I run burst lasers. Although usually when I'm running the Harbinger, I'm giving it to the AI, and that's why. If I was piloting it myself, maybe I would run them. The unfortunately placed rear-end Reapers, as they say. Alright. Yeah, okay, so let's go do this. The next part is, we gotta we gotta do the whole Conta quest line. Which is luckily not too hard. What can you do? Energy weapon mastery. Maybe. Do I need that for anything in particular? Probably for you. Let's face it, it's going to be for you. Yeah, okay, let's remove you. Because at the end of the day, energy weapon mastery is going to be... Yeah. I feel like elite energy weapon mastery is going to make a big difference on the Anubis specifically. Of course, I don't have any skill points to work with, but that's a problem for the future. Let's see. I can probably start deleting these. Like you, maybe. Yeah, you're good. You have... These two have elite target analysis already, so I guess they're fine. This one I would have to retrain or, like, spend another story point, so I don't want to do that. And I'm not keeping the skill set around for anything. I mean, it's pretty close to what you would want for, like, a Paragon, though. It's close. It's just this missile specialization doesn't fit. Everything else is fine. I can make an actual build for the Mark 1 this stream. What do you mean? Are you saying this build isn't, like, real? I mean, if I'm going to change anything, someone mentioned using heavy machine guns. And I do think that's a pretty good idea, because the Onslaught Mark 1 is going to get so close to the enemy that it's going to ram the enemy, right? And so the machine guns having short range isn't really an issue. It's just going to ram the enemy, regardless. It doesn't care. So I think machine guns could actually be a really good choice. Like, originally I was thinking about using light mass drivers, but now they cost 10 ordnance points, which is the same as a heavy machine gun anyways. And then all I have to do is switch over from, let's see, probably polarized armor, just because the armor is so paper thin at this point. And by paper thin, I mean it's got the same armor as a Conquest, which is not terrible, but not great either. So I'll probably switch out of polarized armor and get point defense skill for the extra range, and then just go heavy machine guns, which works so much better now that they prioritize enemy ships over missiles. How's Grendel? Well, I did see a guy who beat, like, a triple fabricator fleet. You remember the threat, right, with, like, the fabricator? He beat a fleet that was, like, triple fabricator using 6 Grendels. It does seem like Grendels are... I mean, that did involve losing some of the Grendels, but, of course, you know, they have the hull mod. What's it? Rugged hull? Rugged construction? That's what it is. So you can recover them afterwards. You don't lose that many supplies because of rugged construction, and then the threat actually just drops a ton of supplies anyways. Flat cannons? Maybe flat cannons here. Maybe. Although we do have Devastators, and the cool thing is about the machine guns is that if there's no ships in range, they'll still shoot at missiles. Which I think will have, like, one of the downsides of the Devastator is because it has such a long cooldown, sometimes missiles can slip through in between the cooldowns. But if you've got these heavy machine guns, then if the enemy's firing missiles at long range, the machine guns can come in during the cooldown and get the ones that would slip through the cracks. Give it all flat cannons and link it to a normal gun. I don't think I'm going to do that. Yeah, let's get out of here. Alright, and I'm going to fire you. Because that's a pretty undesirable skill set. Yeah, okay, there we go. Now, the real answer is 14 thumpers. Of course. I should have known. Heavy adjudicators are tagged as PDs so they get the range boost from elite PD. They do? Well, that's certainly interesting. I might as well change it now then. No point in waiting on that. Yeah, I'm definitely... The big problem, of course, is just like... These are 8 ordnance points, heavy machine guns are 10, so I'm going to have to find ordnance points somewhere. I'm going to have to do a little Houdini and pull some ordnance points out of a hat to make this one work. And I really want to S-mod this, which is only 10, so that's 5 machine guns. I guess that's 6 if I count if I drop these 2 capacitors as well. So 1, 2... So I could do like the sides... And then it'd still be a little bit short. I don't really want to downgrade these either. The breaches are definitely... work nicely with everything else. No, I can't S-mod the targeting unit. I've got to S-mod the turret gyros, of course. Remove all the cup holders. That's true. Why does an automated ship have cup holders anyways? I mean, the raid, I'm pretty sure the raid is something like, yeah, you need an absolutely insane amount of, well, maybe not quite completely insane, but you do need a lot if you want to do the raid. Compared to that, this is a lot easier. My services, yes. My payment will be Zal. I mean, we can try to press them for some kind of guarantee, but of course that's never going to happen. And it sure is nice of Brother Cotton to be so cooperative right when we need him to. I've also I found in Farming Threat that the nerfed Mark 1 is eating too much damage to last 2 fab fight without the demon healing. I think Paragon does better late game. Interesting. Interesting. Domain error probe. I mean, we've already done the Oh, this is a system I've already gone to. Wait a minute. Is it this one? This one that I left? Hold on. Are you telling me you guys are going to pay me to go grab that? Yes, they are. Okay. That's cool. Okay, don't show me the ones that are withdrawn. Supply cache, we can delete that. Huh, okay. Yeah, I might as well. I'd like to go harvest that, even though I've already done the motherships. Devastator's getting the elite PD range bonus doesn't really matter too much since they randomly explode. Well, it's not completely random. It's based off of their range, right? Like, let's see. Each shell has a fuse set to explode at random distance, resulting in a barrage. My understanding is that it scales with, well, maybe I'm just assuming this because this is how it works with volatile particle drivers and other weapons that have like a similar, you know, drop off of projectiles, but it like scales with the range. So the more range you get, the larger the further they go. I'm assuming it works the same as the others. Maybe that's not true. There we go. I'll wait here. Did you send a Did you not send? I'm taking the Loki clone. You are indeed. Yes. You have a conversation with these people? No. I'm just here to do a job. And that job is to get me a gate traveling device, the Yanis device. That's right. I don't need to know everyone's personal stories. Alright. I am Pauline Bingus. And unlike my father, I don't care and I didn't ask. You know, Paul Bingus, he was a people person. He got to know people's stories. He really got to talk to people and see them for who they are. Pauline Bingus is just here to do a job and go home. I am in physical pain. Well, have you tried stopping that? I'm Pauline Bingus, and welcome to Jackass. It's like, Loki, or no, Cotton, hand over the clone. I need to do a backflip through the universe. I need to yeet myself through the gates. And I need the clone to do that, so hand over the clone. What do the Pathers and Cotton know about demons in the abyss? Well, from what I've seen, not a lot. But if they see red glowy shit, they're going to call it demonic and scream about it. Can I ask how you learned to do all those impressions? Well, the answer is for fun. I just think it's fun. So, like, even if I'm not, like, trying to do them for anyone, I might just be alone in my room and I hear someone talk in a way that I think is kind of funny or kind of cool. I'll like, practice that. And a lot of the time, I think, how do I put this? If you want to get good at something, a lot of the time, the secret is to just have fun being bad at it. Like, I think that's how a lot of people get way better at video games, for example. Like, when you first play a video game, you don't know what you're doing. You're bad at it. But you have fun even though you're bad at it. So you keep going and you get good at it. Like House MD. Well, that one I didn't even really practice. I just kind of... That's funny. Like, out of all of the ones that... Like, there are some that I've had to practice a bit to get better at. Like, especially with accents. But House, I was just like... It's not that different. It's just kind of like slow down a bit and kind of be a little more gravelly. That was one of the easy ones. Well, did you try the medicine drug? Only stupid doctors try the medicine drug. You are stupid. Yes, the MD stands for medicine drug. That's true. No, the medicine drug will kill the patient. Obviously, we need to replace her blood with bleach, because that's a great idea. You know, This conversation doesn't interest me. I am very smart. Making me laugh out loud at 2:33 a.m., thanks. You are welcome. Cut the mic before he mentions Foreman. That's a good idea. GF woke me up when she went for work and I'm actually on time for one of these. Well, you better thank her when she gets back. Clearly that was a good trade-off. I am very smart. Have you considered being less stupid? I think that would solve a lot of your problems. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, we're going to get ripped off. Yes, yes. And then... Uh-oh. Yep. Make it so. That's a good way of phrasing it. Ooh. Okay, well, this sucks. I couldn't turn fast enough. I really should have shut off the good old burn drive, huh? Or the sustained burn. Luckily, through millions of years of evolution, pirates have actually developed worse eyesight. So, we can sneak past them and they won't even notice. Yep. There we go. head on over to Galatea. Rift Lance on Afflictors, and it feels better than A and B. They have better DPS, better range, and better flux. With a Honestly, I've never really given Rift Lance Afflictor a chance. Maybe I'll give it a go. Although I am a bit skeptical, I'll say. It is kind of hard to beat. It is kind of hard to beat the Grape Juice Blaster. A Rift Lance, I'm pretty sure the cost is 9. It's the same as the Antimatter Blaster. Yep. I'm going to sneak a glass of Victory Spirit while I still can, of course. I love how you have all these dialogue options to, like, harass her. But Pauline Bingus doesn't care. Pauline Bingus just leaves. Gained a story point, baby. There we go. Do I have the Yanis device? I sure do. Get that integrated. Beautiful. Quick question about the heavy mass driver. Is it a direct upgrade over a heavy autocannon? No. I think you could definitely make that argument when it was 13 ordnance points, but now it's 15 ordnance points. So, no. It's kind of it's more of a, like, it's just so much more expensive, right? If not for that, the slightly lower DPS, I think, would be easily offset by the improved accuracy and flux efficiency and hit strength. All of those factors would make it so much better. But when you have to pay 5 extra ordnance points for it, it's not quite as simple. You get better flux efficiency, better accuracy. It's more like, I mean, you could think of it as like an upgrade, but you have to pay more for it. It's just like, do you want a worse, it's like do you want a worse autocannon that's cheaper or a better autocannon that's a lot more expensive? Okay, so we've done that. We've got our device. I've also got a wormhole going back here. You know what? Do I really need this in Galatia system, though? Do I need this? Because I've finished the quest line now, so there's not really a point to this. I think I'll take this wormhole anchor and I'll set it up somewhere else. Oh, I don't know, I clicked the wrong option. Whatever. I'll go pick it up later. It's not like I've got... Like, I'll go pick it up when I actually want to put it somewhere, you know? That's fair enough. Okay, let's drop off a bunch of this crap. Don't worry, guys. I promise. The reason that I have all these weapons in my storage is I'm definitely going to use these. Okay? I don't want to sell any of them. I might have to... Like, imagine. Can you imagine if I'm in a situation where I need 14 Annihilator rocket launchers? And I'm going to feel like such an idiot if I sell them now. I promise. This is 100% a calculated decision. Of course I'm going to keep all of these weapons. They're definitely going to come in handy. It's like 500 light machine guns. Computer, where are my 500 light machine guns? I'm going to drop that in. We're going to drop that in. Boom. That's going to be... I mean, look, we're making 110,000 a month. And this thing isn't even finished. When this thing finishes, with the Alpha Core and the Dealmaker Holosuite, that's plus 100%. 100% income. The 100 tachyon lances are quintessential to my spiritual health. Exactly. This is going to be so much money, though. No, that's F2. F1. There we go. Right, so upkeep is about 50,000. So take this, add on 50,000. That's about 160,000. So when this finishes, we'll be close to like 260,000 credits. Big money. I barely even had to do anything. It's the power of the Home Depot. I mean, that's the power of having 4 goods on your mining. See, how much do I lose if I drop this? Yeah, like 14,000. It's a pretty hefty amount. The commerce item is super good. Yeah, the commerce, the Dealmaker Holosuite sounds like such a silly item. Like, hold on, let's read the description of this thing because it sounds ridiculous. All right, let's give it all due respect. Generates an interactive environment designed to stimulate negotiations with prospective business partners. Additionally, the self-adaptive micro-emotion smart sensor system built into such high-end VR suites allows real-time tracking of the veracity of expression, providing a technically ethical advantage in business dealings to the facility operator. The built-in marketing materials are keen to emphasize that this is not an AI, but merely a sophisticated weighted network in full compliance with relevant domain regulations. You know, a weighted network sounds a lot like the quote-unquote AI we have today. That's what that is. It's a weighted network. And in this universe, they're saying, well, okay, hold on, guys. A weighted network is not really an AI. Okay, we're in compliance with domain law. It's not a big deal. Now, that sounds like a very silly idea, but you've got to understand, commerce only boosts your income by 25%. By installing ChatGPT into your commerce, it now goes to 75%. The effectiveness of commerce has tripled because you put a chatbot into your business rooms. Apparently, the chatbot's so effective, it even outperforms an alpha core. Like, it's twice as effective as the alpha core. That only adds 25%. Cool, only missed 41 minutes. That's right, Stochastic Turtle, and those are 41 minutes you will never get back. Damn, I guess the tech pro grifters are onto something. Yeah, I mean, look at this. Who needs true artificial intelligence? When ChatGPT here in the Dealmaker Holosuite outperforms it. Right? Simple as that. God, it makes so much money. Yeah, I guess I've just got to go grab some mud skippers and this thing so that we can fill up on crew. Actually, while we're at it, this is going to be a very short trip, so I don't mind paying extra resources for additional berthing. We'll just do that. Just to make it a little more convenient. Same thing over here, efficient berthing. Bada bing, bada boom. Then we get all this crew. In fact, we get more crew. We get about 1,000 more than we need, which is perfect. So oh, you know what? This one does have vast ruins, doesn't it? So I should be tech mining this at some point. Damn. So what I do, yeah, I'm going to have to do it later, though. Like, normally what you would do with something like this is, well, I guess I'll do it later, right? I know people say tech mining is useless, but trust me, with this vast ruins, I'm going to show you how it's done, right? I'm going to, if you've seen how it's made on the Discovery Channel, we're doing a little something like that. The real reason why the Holosuite works is because it's secretly the best gaming rig the domain ever made, and people pay a huge premium to get time with it. That would make a lot of sense. The Persian League is distracting the inspectors. Excellent. If there was ever a way to disrupt major exporting plans without hurting accessibility through relationship penalties, I absolutely would all the time. Honestly, Baron, that just sounds like real life. That's what countries would do. That's what they would do. It's just, I got it. I'm the CEO of big company, but across the sea, there's another like foreign company that's competing with my exports. Well, I'll just bribe the military to go fuck them up a little bit, and that's going to hurt their market share, and everyone's going to have to come to me. But unfortunately, doing this would make the other country mad, and then I can't sell things to them, and that cuts off a huge chunk of my market, which would then cut into the profits more than what I gained from hurting my competition. How very unfortunate. It looks like I'm just going to have to not do that. Of course, it's probably happened at least I say probably, at least a couple of times, but it does not seem to be a long-term strategy. Oh no, the holosuite is just ChatGPT, but also has cat videos. I think everything is better with cat videos. You know, call me basic if you will, but animals are cute. I know, a brave statement, but it's true. Yeah, the fact that it's normally transplutonics would be really good here, but A, I've already got transplutonics on my homeworld, and B, I don't have the mining drill anyways, so the lack of them is not actually a big deal. In fact, I probably won't do mining here at all. I'll do refining, fuel production, heavy industry, and military, and that's 4 right there. You did fate point the holosuite, right? I think you mean story point? But I think it's 25% extra, which, if you've already got a Dealmaker holosuite, it's not like a crazy amount. I guess I do have 2. I'd just rather spend them somewhere else. You know, if I have like a lot of excess story points, then I'll story point it. But yeah, it's already at a plus 100%, so going to plus 125%. It's not like a huge amount. I've got plenty of money anyways. Bigger numbers, though. Ah, good argument. That's true. I didn't consider that. Yeah, we should establish this colony. What are we going to call it? Pulo Man. I do kind of like that. Pulo Man. But let's make it Pluto Man. So the Pluto Man is, of course, the mascot for the Pluto delivery service. It's like a postal company that exists in the sector. Nobody remembers what Pluto is, but like they got their start 1,000 years ago on old Earth, right back when people knew what Pluto was. And so this company, this planet, this colony is actually sponsored by the Pluto Man company, and so they named it after themselves. That's the lore. Moist often. Well, there's an extra I in there. My first colony is some vast ruins mining op, and I keep them up size 3 until I need admins for actual colonies. I dig those things dry. Well, you don't need to dig those things dry. That's the thing. You really don't. You just need to do it for a few months. Or you wait till they grow, or you leave the tech mining until it grows to size 4. And then when it hits size 4, that's when you shut down the tech mining and you build 2 fresh industries. Pluto Man? Next one may be called Goofy Land. No. Of course not. That would be ridiculous. Absolutely insensible. Yeah, build time. See, 60 days, 90 days, and of course heavy industry comes in at 120 days. That's a lot. Then we go, well, we can't do that yet until this. Now can I do it? Hold on. Manage. No, we have to actually wait for it to finish. Okay. And then I'm going to go home and I'm going to drop off all these ships. Look at that. New debris for me to harvest. Excellent. The next one will be a mild climate resort called Mickey Land. No. Mickey Land is going to be a volcanic planet. What mods do you recommend for an interesting playthrough in 0.98? Also, Odyssey best capital ship. Odyssey is a lot of fun. Mods, though? I mean, it is kind of hard to beat, like, Diablo Avionics. Volkov Industries, Scalar Tech. There's a lot of good faction mods. When it comes to content mods, a lot of people seem very fond of, like, Secrets of the Frontier or Random Assortment of Things. Although I haven't actually played those myself. My strat is to get an early Starliner, S1 berthing into it, and carry a ton of surplus crew for colonizing the vast ruins I find, with an alpha to babysit the archaeologists. I mean, I probably wouldn't carry around the crew all the time, but if I did find, maybe I'd carry around a mothballed Starliner, and then I would, like, unmothball it as soon as I find one of those places, go grab some crew, set things up, get my loot, and get out. Dingus? You're saying I should rename this to Dingus? Then if you get an Alpha Core admin, name it to Thingus. Well, you can't name the Alpha Cores. Philip Andrada gas station manager. Do recommend. Yeah, well, that's right, Jacob. A lot of people do. A lot of people do like that one. It's like, it started as a meme, but apparently got a lot more effort put into it over the years. Yeah, when it comes to, like, mod recommendations, chat probably has a lot better ones than I do. Dingus Ligma. Oh, that's just devious. Dingus Ligma. Oh, that's just evil. Oh yeah, Star Federation was a pretty nice interpretation of the FTL ships. That's true. Okay. So we do want to go get that probe since I picked up that mission. Iron Shell, yes, that's another classic. Let's see. So I did start up the colony. I guess there's not much to do but wait for that. Anime portraits and bricks with guns aside, sometimes you just want utility or quality of life. Some mods rather than self-insert tier community in joke. Well, yes, we got to show you got to show your respect to the quality of life mods. That's true. You're right. Which, of course, the best quality of life mod is, as we all know, ship direction marker. Where would we be without it? Sometimes you just can't tell what direction you're going. And ship direction marker, it's always there, just to let you know. In fact, I will probably, even though this is mostly vanilla, I'll probably get ship direction marker because it's just so unintrusive. But it's just like a nice little improvement. Got to turn this off, got to take a left, take a right. Medium left, medium left. You have to listen to my calls, Sammy. But you know what? Why are we taking the normal roads like a peasant when we could just fly over everything? What is your favorite modded faction? Well, drone. That's kind of a hard question. Huh. At least, because like, if we're talking about just like the way that the ships play and the aesthetics, I really do like Scalar Tech. I'd probably have to pick that one. Obviously, there's more to what makes a faction mod than just the ships, but that's kind of like the primary thing that's the selling point. I just do like they're sort of high-tech adjacent, and they look good. They have their own aesthetic, which doesn't clash with, well, I mean, it kind of stands out from vanilla is what I'm trying to say. It's like it doesn't overlap. That's the word I'm looking for. Hello, gamers. Hello, regulatory stars. HMI being the ultimate derelict ships factions feels very fun. I actually don't think I've really... No, I've used HMI. I just didn't really interact with it very much when I did. You scared the ghosties. How could you? I'll do it again. Alright, there was a distress... You know, I think I'm at the point where I just kind of, like, blank out and don't even... Like, they get blocked from my consciousness. Like, there's a... Like, I've got an ad blocker. But it's like a distress blocker. Highly recommend unthemed weapon utilities. It updates weapon and fighter stat cards with any modifier ship is receiving. I'll definitely have to try that. It does sound like it could be good. I think it mostly just comes down to how good the presentation is. I wouldn't want to be too confusing. Let's see, have I surveyed all of this crap? Yeah. Okay, let's go do that distress signal. Where was it? It was here? Let's go to Beta Her. We ignore those. Just ignore it. Yes, I took that advice to heart. Neutrino detector Mark II. Honestly, maybe. I mean, I kind of pointed... I do think people exaggerate a little bit how useless the neutrino detector is. They're like, oh, the fake signals make it literally useless. But it's not that hard to tell them apart. So it is useful, but it's just like, I'm not sure that it like makes for good gameplay. Yeah, I think it was pirates, guys. I don't think there's a level 7 officer. I think there's pirates. Monthly income 120k. I mean, for 5 years into the game, those are kind of some rookie numbers, really. But we're just taking it easy. We don't need a colony in Cycle 2 that's making $1 billion. Or Cycle 208. Automate defenses, sure. This place looks good. It's even got mild climate. That's cool. The pirates have a level 7. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, for 5 years it's low. Yeah, we're just kind of moseying along. Late game, I do them so I can get approached by plus 200%. Are you getting plus 200% XP from pirate fleets? There's got to be a lot of pirates. Is the pest control run done because of 0.98, or you'll give it a proper ending? Yeah, I think it's done. Yeah, unfortunately, I just wasn't having... like, I was not looking forward to actually finishing the run and cleaning up the bugs. It's like when I sat down and I thought about doing it, it was like I would rather do something else, you know. And at that point, it's like, yeah, I'm at the end of the run. I could do it. I honestly was probably just going to open console command to teleport everywhere to kill it, to like bomb their planets. I love Treat, the cousin of Threat. Not bad. I mean, the resources are a bit sparse, but again, it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, this does interfere with the farming, but the farming's not amazing anyways. So it's like, it's got low hazard rating at a meager 75%. And if you go mining, you get 3 different resources coming out of it. So this is not bad. Although, am I going to use it? No. I've got other places to colonize. Does anyone play around with the neutron torpedoes? Yeah, neutron torpedoes seem like a punch-up type weapon. Because they are very slow. They have a limited tracking and are very slow. So hitting frigates is not really going to happen. But against larger ships, they have enough kinetic damage and enough hit strength to actually be pretty threatening. Yeah, let's kill these guys. Let's do it. Don't you worry, old man. We got this. Send in the elites. Heh. Your missiles are useless against me, fool. I'm just gonna get behind this Omen over here. You might want to put up your shield. Yeah, you let one get by. Where are you burn driving to, buddy? Where are you going? I'm over here. No, I'm not. What a fool. He fell for the oldest trick in the book. No, I'm not going to die again, error. I'm fine. Let's see. The only bad capital ship is the Astral. Well, we're going to be trying that out and see if the buffs have made a big difference for it. Alright, let's go get the bigger one. Nice. Astral is alright. Honestly, it's just your big main brick like an Onslaught or Paragon. So it feels like a big brick now. I mean, the shields did get nerfed a bit, so it's not like it's too insanely durable. The only good capital is the Atlas Mark II. Now that is a fact. The Astral did basically just get a 40 ordnance point buff, plus whatever you get from the Trident. Isn't it 40? Well, it's 30 from expanded missile racks. And then you basically get... and if you were planning to use a targeting unit, then it's like 25. So it's more like 55. Do you ever max an Afflictor, 3S mods and all skills, and solo? It's fun until you get bored of it. Well, that's the way most things are, isn't it? No, I've not soloed 300k bounties with an Afflictor. Because a big part of what I like about the game is like having multiple ships in the fleet working together. And so soloing things doesn't... It's like it is impressive when people pull it off, especially if it's something like, yes, I used a kite to solo a Star Fortress. Very impressive, but it's like actually playing the game that way doesn't sound like my kind of fun. We even got a beta core. Not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah, I guess the big question with the Heron right now, or the Astral right now, is it better than just getting 3 Herons? Ship tier list when? And will the Mudskipper Mark II be S tier? Of course the Mudskipper Mark II is S tier. Actually, sorry, it's not S tier, it's super S tier. It's like double S. Wait till you find out what's in triple S. Impressive, very nice. Let's see Paul Allen's solo build. Morning, everyone. Morning, Captain Walmart. Let's see. And that takes care of that. So I've basically done what I wanted to do. At this point, I should look for some gate... Oh, I did... Yeah, that's right. I scanned these. I had the foresight to scan these. So I could probably just ride the slipstream upwards to this gate. Or I could use this slip surge down to this, slip surge over this way. Yeah, let's use the slip surge. 15 Shepherds versus an Astral. That's like hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby. You know, Silly Billy versus the unmatched power of the sun. Like, bro, that ain't even a fair fight. It's got unmatched in its name. Why did you use Helltaker OC as your profile? Well, it's not really even an OC. It's just Beelzebub with with the MLG glasses. Because it looks cool. I don't know, I liked it. It's not like a deeper reason for it. She is best girl too. Yeah, she's definitely up there. The only thing that makes me hesitate would be Justice. Justice is also pretty awesome. John Helltaker. Oh, you know what? That's what I should have done for April Fools. I had ideas, but I was like, nah, these ideas that I have are going to take too long. I don't have enough time to prepare these things. What I should have done for April Fools was do a Helltaker stream. That would have been so funny. I'm out of the loop. What is Helltaker? It's a puzzle game. Strictly speaking. It's not important for Starsector, though. Don't worry. Helltaker girl tier list. That would be a good April Fool's. Alright, this is a Helltaker channel now. We're going to be doing Helltaker speedruns. Could have done Awaria too. Oh yeah, that is something that exists now, isn't it? Controller. Interesting. Puzzle game, like how Fate is a visual novel. Yes, words can mean things. And sometimes those meanings are a bit vague. Hold on. Give me a moment. That's correct. The child breached containment. Bring the hydrogen bomb. Exactly. The belt is unleashed. That's true. I'm not even a parent and I'm already practicing my abuse. So when I do have my own kids, oh boy, you better believe they're going to get the ass whooping of a lifetime. Breathing too loud in my house? I don't think so. The children yearn for Cruor. Billy met the sun. The child in the basement is crying. Child abuse arc. Alright, well. It's taken care of. For now, anyways. We'll see. Will the child be named Omen? Don't give me ideas now. BB, is tournament grand finale tomorrow confirmed? Yes. That is correct. That is correct. I actually counted all of the omens in the 6 finalists that are going to be in the video. I counted all the omens and I made sure to make a community post. So it's like, okay, the remaining 6 fleets have 0 omens, 2 omens, 3 omens, 5 omens, and 7 omens. Who do you think's going to win? You're going to do great until you reach all afflictors. Well, all afflictors is in the loser's bracket already, while I'm in the winner's bracket. So, you know, if they get knocked out of the tournament, that's not going to be my problem, is it? I can get to the end without ever having to see them. 10 afflictor comeback. That would be devastating. Can you imagine if the winner was a mono fleet? I think that would be that'd be pretty unfortunate for the game. I think the game is in a better spot when the best fleets use a combination of ships that work well together rather than one ship that works together with itself. PvE can get Omens nerfed in 0.99. Oh, I will. You're right. You know what? We got to stop praising Omens. We got to say, actually, Omens are bad, guys. They're not good. No need for a nerf here. I'm using all of these Omens because I'm doing a challenge run. You got to understand. This is not an effective strategy. I'm challenging myself. I mean, I think someone once said that like the EMP emitter should be nerfed. And maybe that would help get the Omen, but the EMP emitter is really fine. It's just that it happens to work well with the skills we have available. Right? You can get point defense, you can get target analysis, you can get systems expertise, and all of these skills boost the effectiveness of the EMP emitter. And there's not really any other skill in the game that gets boosted that much by skills. I think that's what makes it stand out quite a bit. It's like, it looks really strong once you've got an officer with the 3 skills it needs. Because it's like the only ship system in the game that can be boosted by like 3 skills that all significantly boost its power. No autoloader Reaper on the Omens. For now, I mean, currently I don't have best of the best yet, so I can only get 2 S mods. That's the big problem, you see. Once I get my 3rd S mods, well, Reaper Autoloader is kind of too much fun to pass up. Officer, I only used the Ziggurat so that he would not catch the raw power of my Anubis. Yes, exactly. You know, please, you guys got to understand, I'm not using this Ziggurat. Okay, it's not skill issue, okay? I promise I'm still good at the game. I was only using the Ziggurat to challenge myself. You know, the Anubis, it was totally unbalanced on release. It's too strong. It's way too strong. I'm holding myself back here, really. You got to understand. Please, believe me, I'm still good at the game. I've not developed any case of skill issue. You just trust me. Take my word for it. Would I ever lie to you? No, of course not. Five medium ballistics on a 10 DP destroyer is hilariously busted. Well, my friend, I have news for you. The Enforcer's not even 10. It's actually 9 deployment points. So it's even better than what you're saying it is. Now, I'd argue that it's not actually that strong, mostly because of its flux stats and its speed holding it back. But as an escort, it works fine. Would you voltaic cannon work on your Omens? It's only 3 ordnance points. That's something I would definitely think about. It's kind of like a 3 ordnance point missile that just happens to go in an energy slot. The problem is it's really, really slow. So if they fire it at like a phase ship or a frigate, it's just wasting ammo. Although I do think that was a bug. It sounds like that was a bug and that was patched, and now they're going to, fire them correctly. So would I do it? I'm definitely thinking about it. I'm definitely considering it. I think in order to do that, though, let's see, how many do I have? I have 2. So like I could drop some vents, but the problem is now it doesn't have enough vents. Like it needs more flux dissipation if it's going to run this setup. But in theory, maybe, you know what? Double voltaic cannon with S-modded magazines, because then that would save you 6 ordnance points here that you could put into vents. I don't know, that's probably too much. It's probably too striky, right? Because then it's never... Like, the problem with that is the antimatter blaster does help a lot with killing enemy frigates, and going double on the voltaic cannon would hurt that too much. On top of that, the big claim to fame that the Voltaic cannon has is it explodes with a ton of EMP arcs. And the Omen already has its EMP emitter. It's like, how useful is this? I mean, it's probably okay. I'm just not sure the Omen is the right ship for it. But then again, what is the right ship? It's one of those things where it's like, it's definitely got a niche that's distinct from any other small energy. I just haven't figured out where that niche belongs and like what ship. Someone, maybe the Medusa. That might be what it is. Someone in chat last time said the Omen bug might be fixed by putting a PD laser in the last slot. What Omen bug are we talking about here? Omen AM Blaster feels too good. Yeah, that's another thing with the EMP emitter is while the EMP emitter is active, it shuts off your other weapons. So if you have a sustained fire weapon like a laser or an IR pulse laser, it has to shut off while the EMP emitter is active. So it's, losing its DPS. Meanwhile, the Animator Blaster, it just shoots and it goes on a 10-second cooldown. So when you activate your EMP emitter and it shuts off your weapons, well, it's already on cooldown anyways, so you're actually not missing any DPS. The synergy there is pretty strong. When you get them, / when Alex fixes the threat weapon drop rate, I recommend neutron torpedoes with autoloader. Yeah, I've definitely been eyeing the neutron torpedoes. I've definitely been looking at those. Because they are kind of like... They're kind of like kinetic Atropos, 3 ordnance points for 2 shots. The difference is that they're a lot less accurate, but they also have a higher damage. Like twice the damage. Like if you look at Atropos, it's 1,200 high explosive versus 2,500 kinetic. And they pay it, right? So like the insane increase in damage is paid for in the poor accuracy. So it's not very useful against like destroyers or frigates, but against larger ships like cruisers and capitals, that is a large amount of kinetic damage. It's 5,000 shield damage in 1 torpedo. And even if it hits armor, it's still doing 1,250 damage. They also have 1,000... Oh, hold on. I believe it tells you now, right? If we go here. Yeah, in the bottom, speed, tracking, hit points, 1,000. That's a lot. Because Reapers have 500. See, 150. Hit points 50. Hit points 300. Let's see. Hit points 50. Hit points 150. 300. 250. What are the hit points on these things? 250. Yeah. Huh. That is a nice touch, and yeah, these have 350. So one hammer has less hit points than a Reaper, but both hammers combined. So against something like burst lasers, which have to do single target damage, then hammers are going to be better, because at least for getting through point defense, because they have more total hit points. And to add to your AM Blaster point, the Mini Pulsar works wonders on the Omen too. Yeah, it also has the same thing, where it's like being a magazine-based weapon, it can fire all of its charges, then activate EMP emitter, and then while the EMP emitter is going, it's recharging its shots. Although I think generally I prefer the Antimatter Blaster. But I guess you could try... Yeah, going back to the Voltaic cannon idea, running double cannon's probably not a good idea. But you could probably try 1 Mini Pulsar plus 1 Voltaic cannon with S-Mod magazines. Like that could be on the menu. Can someone clear up a question I've had for a while with the missile autoloader? Does it reload a full clip of missiles per the listed amount? It reloads the base ammo of the weapon. So if, like, this Sabo has 2 shots, the missile autoloader reload 2 shots. You know, if it's a Reaper, this has 1 shot, it always reloads 1 shot. Right? Right? You ignore expanded missile recs, ignore missile specialization, it just reloads the base amount of ammo. It's better than I thought. I'm not really sure what else you thought it did. Did you think it only reloaded like a fraction of the clip? Unless it doesn't... Yeah, that's true. If it doesn't have enough capacity, it'll do a partial reload. So, like, let's say it only has 1 point left, and you've got, like, a Tropos. Well, instead, it won't reload. That 1 point won't give you 2 missiles. It'll only give you 1 missile. Say, with breach missiles, you get a full 15 each reload. Yes. In fact, breach missiles are pretty good because I think... Well, I wouldn't say... I mean, good might not be the right word here, but they're pretty efficient. Because breach missiles get... they're the same as swarmers, right? Where it's 3 ordnance points, but the reload only costs 2. And you get the full reload. So you basically, with breach missiles and swarmers, if you add a missile autoloader, you just have unlimited ammo. It just doesn't run out, more or less. I thought you got 1 launch worth of missiles, so 3 for breach missiles. No, no, no. You get... It fully reloads that. You get 15. And I believe even on like a frigate, so on like the Tempest, for example, with 1 missile slot, it gets 6 points of reload. Where is it? Yeah. It gets 6 points of reload. And the reload cost for breach missiles is only 2. So that gives it 3 full reloads. So you go from... That basically adds 45 extra breach missiles. Cyclone and missile autoloader. Well, Cyclone is a large mount weapon, and missile autoloader reloads small mount weapons. Okay. So I do need to hit up Tritac. Hey guys, you got that ship I've been looking for. Actually, where's my relationship at? It's not really moved too much. I guess I should do bounties. Try and boost that. How's the colony threat coming along? Maybe I should go do this. In fact, there's a bounty on that, and they're harassing me. It's like exactly what I'm looking for. Oh, and of course the Pather Crisis is coming soon. Pather Crisis coming soon to a colony near you. Yeah, this stupid pirate base is still harassing me, even though I have contest protection. But apparently if I attack the pirate base, I lose contest protection. How is that fair? I ain't paying this guy off to get rid of 4 points a month. No way, no how. Yeah, I'm gonna go attack the Pathers. I think that's the first thing I gotta do. Is there any bounties nearby? There is. 40k, 150,000. How long is left? Okay, so that's a new bounty. This one's about to expire. Yeah, so we'll do these. Where are you? Well, Giant Primary Star's got to be that one. And Barren World. Yeah, okay. Off we go. You don't lose a protection for attacking pirates? Well, that would make sense. Someone said otherwise. I guess I can always just save and then attack them. In fact, I did just save, so I guess I'll attack them and see what happens. If it ends up breaking contest protection, I'll reload. And if not, then that person was wrong, and they are forever banished to the Shadow Realm. Remember, rule number 1, never be wrong in chat. Why are we at 3? Oh, -3 from commerce, that's right. Star Fortress, is there anything else? No, okay. So yeah, we're kind of maxed out on stability here. Yeah, if we get rid of the Pather cells, that'll solve that. That'll get us up to 7. I could switch you to an Alpha Core, get hypercognition, that'd be 8. And 7 or 8 is both pretty good. I mean, look at this. This is even higher than I estimated. 260,000 credits. This is 300,000 credits. Went from 110 to 300,000. Thank you, commerce. Very cool. Not to mention when it grows to size 6, it'll go even higher. It'll go up to like 400,000 before we build our 4th industry. It's going to go crazy. And this is on 150 hazard rating. This is the power of having mining with 4 separate things and then commerce. Boom. That's money. Also, I did do a lot to boost accessibility. Like, this is pretty good. The only thing that's really kind of holding us back here is the hazard rating. Commerce is completely busted. Precisely. If we can't be wrong, how can we spread misinformation? Or if we can't be wrong, can we spread misinformation instead? Only if the misinformation is funny. That's the rule. What about the Planet Killer quest? Isn't that like a temporary solution? Besides, doing the whole quest line here, or rather the Pather invasion, it does have like a permanent benefit. Because I might be able to, maybe I'll like rip out this. I'll take out like the combat drone replicator and the alpha core from the Star Fortress, and I think that might get me under the threshold. What are we at? 88544. 8 plus 8 plus 5. No, that's still a little too much. Yeah, maybe it's like I might take out like 3 items and then the Pathers will just permanently go away because of the increased in threshold after doing their whole their event. Misinformation is the lifeblood of human civilization versus there's already enough misinformation IRL. Yes. Scythe of Orion makes all Pather cells on your planets into sleeper cells permanently. Does it? Oh, is that like a new change for this patch? Because in the... I'm pretty sure like the previous patch you gave it to them, it was like 2 years of production. Or 2 years of protection. It's always been permanent? Huh, alright. Well, I guess I got it confused. Yeah, I mean, I can give the Planet Killer to the Pathers. I don't see how that could go wrong. They probably, like, it needs codes. They don't have the codes. What are the odds? Like, hear me out. What are the odds that the Pathers just so happen to have the codes for this particular Planet Killer that's been sitting out in some backwater solar system for who knows how long? I mean, the odds of them finding those codes is astronomical. Alright, let's kill these guys. And then we're going to check afterwards whether or not this actually causes any problems for me. I wonder, does the Anubis work better if it's escorting or... Nah. RNG is called She Hates You. Not even sure what that's in reference to. Anubis is a great escort. It is kind of like that type of ship. I'm just wondering if it's a good idea to have it escort the Onslaught Mark 1. Alright, we're just going to drive up to this guy normally. Don't need to phase. Yeah, please take care of... Really? You didn't shoot down the missile? Alright. Fine. Well, I'm going to steal your kill. Bro, it has still got its engines active, and it's face first in the damn station. Like, relax. The station's not going anywhere. The station is not going anywhere. You don't need to do this. My God. He's a maniac. I did not mean to shoot. What the? I'm pretty sure I did not click the mouse button, so I don't know how that happened. Okay. Well, we're just going to hit it with the good old bazooka. And we're gonna get out of here. We skedaddle. Get behind this little tiny piece of debris to block all the beam weapons. Go, big smoke. Chill, chill. Yeah, you got it. I even overloaded it. Nice. Now I need to try not to die when I kill it. Oh, well, I didn't kill it, so never mind. Shepard, spin. Oh, he stopped. Come on, spin. Go faster. Beyblade, let it rip. That's right, the Onslaught does not have any brakes. Okay. Salvage all this crap. Excellent. Simulator update. Nice. Important. Okay. Major events. Contest protection still there. Okay. So whoever said that removes contest protection was wrong. Good to know. The AI is clearly thinking in 5D chess. Ramming it lowers the enemy's morale and decreases combat effectiveness. Well, that sounds A-okay to me. A-okay. System bounty. That's right. Now that commerce is finished, you can make money by killing enemies in your own system. Not a lot of money. Just a little bit extra. Right. Giant primary star, barren world. Go. Might as well save. Mods, crush his skull. That's right. Whoever was wrong that one time about the pirate station breaking contest protection. Mods, crush his skull. Yeah, just kidding. I'm my own moderator. Well, that and like YouTube's automated systems. Because I'm pretty sure if you turn, my understanding, I could be wrong about this, is that if you turn off its auto moderation systems and someone says naughty words, then you are responsible for that. Something along those lines. I don't know. That's not something I'm super confident in. It's just something I've heard. It's going to be barren, barren. Okay, so it's also barren. So yeah, there's 4 planets it could be, all over the system. And this is a nice system. There's probably some loot in here. It's got to be something. Oh, you know what? I don't have serving equipment anymore, so all of this is really expensive. Or do I still have... No, wait. Yeah, I don't have any surveying equipment. Yuck. I do enjoy the Starsector bell curve with full assault at both the mouth-breathing Pather and hyper-advanced AI core. That is kind of a nice touch, isn't it? Pathers and AI cores at opposite ends of the technological spectrum, and yet both of them converge on simple, clean, and efficient full assault. On the Pather's end, it's maybe a statement about not getting caught up in ideological conflicts to the point of self-destruction. And on the Alpha Core end, it's clearly a statement about blueberries are bad. Wait, is this got ruins? Yeah, this has some sparse ruins. You see that? You see that little specks of dust floating around? I can smell the ruins from here. 4 Marines? What a steal. Well, this midline blueprint package would have been nice if I didn't already have it. That's cool. We could give that one to the pirates. I'm not going to survey a gas giant, but I will look at it. Oh, something over here. Cotton X Alpha Core fanfic when? No, I don't need one of those. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I've hit these. I guess I'll just go downwards like this. And if it turns out to be this one, I'll just do a transverse jump. I think you just found Master Chief Spartan Team. Maybe. That could be who the 4 Marines are. 34 harvested organs. Was that also Master Chief's team? I guess that was the rest of the team. We did get a blueberry from this one, so that's pretty cool. Despite it being scattered ruins, we actually got something nice. Oh, I missed this debris field, of course. Oh yeah, the blue ball. Of course, the 4 Marines were, what was it, like silver team, blue team? They were the other Spartans, and the organs, those were the other Spartans, and then the blue ball was, of course, Cortana. We're in the Halo universe, we just didn't know it yet. I will pass on the food. We have all, like, who needs food? We have supplies. The organs are clearly the Spartan 3s. The organs are leftovers from Reach. Alright, this is the one. Oh, look at that. He thinks he's so strong, so powerful, with his demodded Legion. Come on now, 7%? Easy. Honestly, after increasing the zoom in combat, and then playing with that for a little bit, the default zoom feels kind of claustrophobic. I can't see anything, so... Maybe I need to get like a square screen. Right, like, because horizontally feels fine, it's just vertically doesn't feel like there's enough room. I need to get like a 1980 by 1980 screen. Okay, so yeah, electronic warfare is still pretty good, even with the nerf. It just doesn't have insane range anymore. You can go kill that, that's fine. We're gonna go bully this guy. You two... Yeah, yeah, Dominator and a Centurion. Well, one frigate takes the Centurion, the other one solos the Dominator. Simple as. (4:3) ratio for the win. Yeah. Rarest monitor type. I don't know if that's true. I just sounded kind of cool. Alright, I think we can just set you to search and destroy, and that's good enough. Let's take these off. I think that's fine. Oh no, if they're gonna... I don't want them doing that. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Absolutely not. 3, 2, 1, go! Just turn your screen 90 degrees. Oh, you know what I should do is I should just stack my monitors vertically and have them both play Starsector at the same time. Of course. I won't be able to read chat if I do that, but, I mean, it's not like chat's saying anything important anyways, right? I mean, they lied to me about the pirate base. Oh, the poor Legion. Man, Gauss Cannon... So, actually, before the patch dropped, I was kind of playing around with Gas Cannon Legions. And I did find one build that was kind of good. I was kind of hoping that they would get a flux buff, though. It does feel like they're a little too inefficient, it feels like, at least for vanilla. But then again, I did make one build that was kind of good, so maybe not. I do want to test it more thoroughly, though. Kinda good doesn't necessarily... Like, it's good enough to take on remnants. But how good is it? I didn't really get to fully limit test it. Oh, I got all these fighters. Shoo! Get out of here! God, this is why you always bring fighter repellent on your camping trips. Bastards swarming all over you. Do you like factory building games? Is that just a... Is that a subtle reference to Factorio? I've not played Factorio. It would probably... It's one of those things where it's like, I would probably like that. But I also think it would take too much time. And I've got a lot of other games that I already like, that already take up too much time. It's like, I don't really need to add to the list. There's also Satisfactory. Why Antimatter Blaster Flux Cool can only handle 3? Well, it depends on how much hard flux you built up. Like, if I spend too long in phase, then we'll build up a hard flux and we can only fire 3. But when my flux bar is mostly empty, I can fire 4 at the same time. You can see that I fired 8, like looking at the ammo, I fired 8 times, and out of those 8 times, only 2 of them I couldn't fire the last one. So it's firing 75% of the time. And against bigger ships, that extra damage can be worth it. See, right there. Had no problem firing the 4. Factorio stream would be funny. Maybe. I think I would build... The thing is, if I was going to do a Factorio stream, since I've never really played the game before, I would probably just build my instead of trying to be efficient, I think I would build my factory wrong just to troll everyone in chat. Because it seems like it's a very OCD type game. Where it's like, oh, you've got to build things efficiently and also organized. And I would just build it like as inefficiently as possible just to annoy people. I think that would be good. So it's going to be right after the Helltaker stream. Yeah. You talked about making more points for the old slot with machine guns and a third S-mod. I recommend swapping the breaches for a rangefinder and a mining blaster. I guess a mining blaster could kind of do the same job for cheaper. Although probably not... if I had to get a rangefinder, I think that would be too much. Because that costs 25 ordnance points. I would be losing ordnance points at that point. Not to mention the machine... Like, it would outrange the machine guns if it had... ballistic rangefinder anyways. So I think it's fine without it. Yeah, maybe I could do that. I could put like a single mining blaster in the front. That doesn't seem too far-fetched. You know, I've still got plenty of cargo. Okay. Have you tried the Master of Orion remake? No, I haven't. Gotta burn these. How much supplies do I have? Yeah. Probably don't want to burn too many. Also, level up. Probably just get this. It's just a straightforward damage improvement. As much as I want the carrier skills, it's a little early. Or I could get this. because I don't really have enough story points to take full advantage of either of these. And I don't have a lot of carriers left, or I don't have my carriers yet, so these are kind of premature. I guess I'll get Phase Coil tuning to make my Afflictor better. And then I'm going to go visit Tritachyon. I'm going to scour the sector for a Harbinger, and then I'll do a little switcheroo, moving Electronic Warfare over to Neuralink. And then I'll link the two together, and then that'll feel really good. What carriers will I use? I'm planning to use the Astral because it got a lot of changes this patch. Do a full Mudskipper playthrough. That would be painful. I think... I'm wondering, well, at the very least, with just Mudskippers, like the civilian variant, you could at least make money smuggling and trading. It's not terrible at it. I mean, it's not, like, great either, but, it's feasible. So you wouldn't really be able to do anything. And, like, a lot of the... At least the storyline doesn't really require combat too much. You can get by if you avoid it. No, I think it's just asteroids. There's no debris. Interesting. I mean, this does sometimes happen. Engage. We'll just throw in the Yeomans. No, wait, hold on. Level 2. Let's get you some XP. Level 1. Yeah, let's throw in the guys who need some experience points. Do I want to throw in you as well? Sure. Let's go. Yeah, we'll take all the guys who need to level up still. Does this cycle have mods? Well, I'm not running any mods. Get him. Yeah, look at those phase lances and the Terminator drone for the overload. And the second one somehow spins around to the backside so that it instead of hitting the unarmored spot, the second Terminator drone spun around to the backside where there was still armor. Impressive. Pirate Blueprint, already got that. Again, don't need food. I'll tolerate metal, but food, get that out of here. Remove ship limit for civilian hull mod playthrough. Make a flotilla, just imagine sensor profile. Well, let me teach you a little bit about sensor profiles, my friend. A base sensor strength of 300 and 5 ships with the highest sensor strength. So you can see here, for sensor range, it only counts the 5 biggest. Everything else doesn't count. And if you look at sensor profile, it works the exact same way. So only the 5 biggest ships count. You cannot make your sensor profile massive by just getting more ships. You have to take your 5 biggest ships and make them worse. That's the only way to do it. First time playing, having a hard time picking weapons, but after the onslaught, everything is kind of easy. OP. It is definitely a strong ship. And it comes with a pretty decent loadout in the first place. Oh, there's only 3 days remaining? Seriously? I spent too much time exploring. No, that's 300,000 credits. That's like 1 month of... It's like wait, that's like 1 month from production for my colony. When you put it like that, it doesn't sound as important, does it? Oh no, 1 month paycheck. Ah. Of course, the exact location is unknown. I mean, I'm just gonna kill you guys. I don't really care. In fact, I'm not even gonna deploy the onslaught. They might feel a bit of a kinship with its old, like, low-tech. So I'm only going to deploy the high-tech ships just to piss them off. Hey, check this out. Ooh, did not actually get the kill. Oh no, what am I gonna do? Woo! Right between them. That's right. We are John Starsector piloting in here. Didn't even need to phase. I guess you could say I'm pretty unfazed by the barrage. It's very funny. That's going into the official joke book. And this guy's having malfunctions all... You can hear them happening. Poor guy. Let's put him out of his misery. Forgive him, he's going through a phase. There you go. That hurt my soul? Well, then your soul is fragile, kid. You gotta learn to toughen up. I mean, geez, this generation. They think puns are soul-hurting. Good lord. Gert skinching my bool? What the... What's that mean? I don't know, phonetically that sounds really funny. Pizza Ranch employees running out of unruly cactus bread. Yogurt. What I've never heard this before in my entire life, but it sounds really funny. Yo, Gert, skinching my bool. Goddamn. I think this gave me a stroke. Oh, yeah, I think I'm having a stroke too. Is that ChatGPT in chat? Yo, ChatGPT finally decided to show up. Hit us with your wisdom, ChatGPT. ChatGPT of the lake, what is your wisdom? Yogurt skinching my bowl. Thank you, ChatGPT. Very cool. Yo, chat, is this funny? I don't know how to feel about this without other people telling me how to feel. Oh, I gotta watch my favorite YouTuber so I can find out what my opinion is. Which is, of course, the only way to live life. As we all know. Okay, so yeah, they are ready to level up. Excellent. Good job, guys. You done it. And one cooler guy sending another 50 people into the gamer dungeon. Alright, earning a certified gaming certificate. Certification is no easy task, alright? You think you just get it for free. You are going into the gaming dungeon and you're going to earn every single last point of gamer cred you need to get your gaming certificate. He did it again. Why do you have so much disposable income? Alright, listen. We're not going to ask questions, alright? If he wants to run a money laundering scheme, you know, which may or may not be true, we don't ask questions, alright? We just take our money. At this rate, every viewer is a gamer. Well, error. I have some bad news for you. There might actually be many gamers among us. Yeah, they've slipped in among our ranks, and now there are gamers everywhere watching this gaming stream. A frightening thought, to be sure. Is BBE a front? You know, for legal reasons, we're going to dodge that question. Alright, I confess, I'm a gamer. Don't worry, Crosshacks, I don't think anyone was really in doubt about you. I mean, you've got the word hacks in your name. Only gamers know what hacking is. That's a simple fact. Sorry, noob. You've just been hacked from my secret base in Tokyo, Kyoto. Oh no, I think it's the other way around. Kyoto, Tokyo. Anyways, I don't know where that's from, but I heard it Someone used that audio in a YouTube video, and I thought it was the funniest thing ever. Really? You don't have the right skill? You, Pollux. Come on now. You son of a bitch. Maybe not target analysis. Probably start with helmsmanship, and we'll make this elites. And we're going to have to mentor you, unfortunately. And you do get at least... Yeah, I think we'll get helmsmanship first. Gamers don't die, they restore backups. Can we go back to Gert? No! Gert is basically hanging out with Bert. BB Kyoto is in Japan. Yeah, but that's the kind of like the joke. It's like, my secret base in Kyoto, Tokyo. Right? He's like listing it off like it's a location, but he's actually just naming two completely different cities. Sorry, noob. You've just been hacked from my secret base in Kyoto, Tokyo. The subpar officers yearn for a mentor. Exactly. Gamers vented in here. They are among us. This is a game for imposters only. Because you're going to be... Because if you're... Like, look, low-tech ships are for imposters only, because you're doing a lot of venting. I got conscripted. Well, at least you're going to do something now. Right, stop being lazy and just watching the stream. Get into the gaming mines. Get into the Alright, get into the crypto mine. Now. The gamers yearn for the mines. Fetch me my Bitcoin. Oh, Chiefs, fetch me my Bitcoin. Actually, that's kind of not entirely off from the game. It's because we do have... Like, the currency in Starsector is basically space Bitcoin. It's like, hey, salvage team, I just wrecked their ships. Go fetch me the Bitcoin from the... Go mine the Bitcoin out of their systems. Because look, we just got 648 credits from CPU cores still active in the wreckage. We're mining Bitcoins out of the wreckage. That's what's happening here. And also we get paid. 44,000 to do literally nothing. Excellent. And just another 1,200 on top. Thank you, Tritachyon. Very cool. Yeah, this stream is... We paused this stream to bring you a sponsored segment from our partners, Tritachyon Corporation. Yes. Client Service Smart Database assigns you priority docking and a complimentary fruit and flower arrangement at every port controlled by Tritachyon or one of its subsidiaries. Even if this is automated by a technically non-sentient sub-AI system, it is a sign that the Tritachyon Corporation values your ongoing business relationship. A special department has taken an interest in how you have found so many AI cores. Wait a minute. That's new. Wait a minute. That's interesting. Okay, I didn't know about this, but it looks like if you bring in a ton of AI cores, it actually tags that now. It's always been there? I didn't know about that. I've had it since 0.97, not new. It's been there since at least 0.97. Yeah, I've never noticed that before. I have never noticed that before. So that's cool. So you get like this blurb based off of your relationship, but also the other actions you take in the game can add on additional description. Like, of course, it is known that you traded words with Brother Cotton and lived. That sort of thing. You paid off content. Yeah, okay, so like your actions, including just selling AI cores, can get noticed. Cool. Old stuff. Well, Vulps, not everyone noticed. It does seem like I'm not the only one who missed that. Shouldn't there be one for Hedge? Should there? Your meeting with the High Hegemon is a topic of speculation among the higher ranks. Yes, it is. I do like how you're not generally well known by hegemony officials for good or for ill, but they do know about me. I guess they just don't know anything about me. I'm a mysterious figure. You're rumored to be an agent of Jens Yerbey. Is that somewhere in here, or did it just not happen for me? You're the deep state. I am the deep state. When people talk about the deep state, they're talking about me. League info. Oh, there it is. That makes sense. Cool. Okay. How much is that going to matter? I don't know. Maybe they'll add some consequences for this stuff in the future. But the fact that it's at least paying attention to that is interesting. I didn't know that. It doesn't look like there's any ruins, so I'm not going to spend the supplies on these. You could be a triple agent. I'm assuming that probably happens if you do the quest line there for the usurpers. Yeah. No, I think I'm just going to kill you guys. Don't really need to think about it too deeply. Yeah, got to do the usurpers. That makes sense. You turned an AI course? Tritachyon will remember this. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? The Tritachyon Corporation will remember this. I mean, look at these idiots with their malfunctions. You got to do advised modifications, not ill-advised. Fool. Megamax. Big sad we got no April 1st. My Uncle Tim passed of PC one day, which is really tragic considering him tying on April Fools after dropping one last one-liner would have been the most Timmy move ever. That would be kind of an awesome way to go, wouldn't it? It's like, hey guys, I don't even know what you would say, but you come up with like an epic April Fool's prank and then die after that? That would have been cool. I'm sorry to hear that, Mega Max. And thank you for the $10. Don't you mean Boole? Condolences. Bert and Gert, the Paragon. No, it'd be Bert and Ernie, wouldn't it? Look, I know you guys are big fans of Gert, but Gert is so last year, okay? We're bringing back Bert. Sesame Street? Hello, people. Alright, we gotta have culture in here. There's a few fun things that affect other quests. You can bring a sword to the Dolos meeting if you won on the... Oh. That is pretty cool. Justice for Gert. I don't think so. I think injustice for Gert. Gert and Bernie. It's Gert and Bernie Sanders. The new segment on our show. The god broke before the Gert did. Easy. Oh, Pathers, when will you learn? Oh, good. Isn't Gert and Bernie this really cursed parody? I've never heard of that. But it sounds like something that could exist. Hello? Is it not over? Okay, that took a little while. Like, the AI really had to think about whether... I guess that was just like the Pathers thinking about whether or not they should send the fuel ships into combat now that everyone's dead. They really had to think about that one. Stop making 40k references. I'm legally required to Nosferatu rise up like a sleeper agent because of a Games Workshop contract. Well, I'm going to keep doing it. And you're going to have to keep getting up. Cadia stands. And IEDs are the Pather way. Yeah, that's exactly it. They were really thinking about it. They're like, no. You know, Tim's the one who usually does the safety overrides, and he's sick today. He got pneumonia. I guess we'll just have to do the IEDs next time. Alright, John Starsector, you get away this time, but you better believe when we come back, we're gonna have the safety overrides on these things. Yeah, I'm not recovering any of these ships now. Alright, this one... Is it this one... This one ship is stopping me from salvaging, of course. Or maybe it's this one. Well, I'm just going to wait for combat readiness to recover a bit. 3 story points. Nice. Pursuing. I like how the actual patrol fleet isn't pursuing me, but these guys are. I mean, we're going to kill them, of course. Simple as. It ain't never been this simple. Some necromancy words, Necron, autocorrect. Yes, autocorrect is such a fun device. You know what's really annoying about autocorrect is when it's really... Is when you're, like, spelling a word that it's, like, really obvious what it is, and you get one letter wrong, and then all of the recommendations are just completely different words that aren't even remotely close to what you're trying to spell. Like, are you serious? I can't remember, like, I had a couple recent examples of that. I just can't remember exactly what they were. It was just like, how could you possibly think that's what I was trying to type when there's obviously a real word that's so much closer to what I spelled? Please. And yeah, that missed. Just close your eyes, you didn't see that. Do you think Tempest is good now after system buff? It seems like it. Because cutting the time from 20 seconds to 10 seconds is a massive difference. Right, especially when you throw in carrier group, and now it can kind of spam its Terminator drones and also get a 10% speed, or 15% speed buff, really. Like, it does seem like the Tempest is in a much better spot. Which is great, because when I first started playing, I loved the Tempest. And then they changed the system from high energy focus to termination sequence, and I was like, oh. Well, omens are also pretty cool. I guess I'll do those. And that's a lore drop. I liked Tempest first. Onslaught. Yeah, the Onslaught is still trying to push the station. In fact, this might be really bad. I probably should have ordered it to attack the Prometheus instead, because the fact that it's just ramming into the station, that was funny before, but now it's just burning through all of its hull for literally no reason. And that, like, against fights where we could easily win, that was not a problem, but against this fight, that kind of is a problem. You know? That's kind of a problem. The AI being a total idiot. Like, it's just, like, ramming into the station is only damaging itself. I kind of forgot that that might be a bit of an issue. Like, please do something useful instead of not. I think the big thing is we gotta kill this Prometheus before the Onslaught goes down, so that we don't get screwed over. Because fighting the station and the Prometheus is going to be a pain with just frigates. We can do one or the other, but not really both. Yep, there she goes. Beautiful. I think with the Omens and the Anubis being so good at point defense, we can probably still take on the station. But I am going to have to clean up a lot of these ships myself. Gotta go fast. Gotta grab my bowl. Gotta have cereal. They have mining pods. Okay, well maybe these Condors are not so threatening. They got mining pods. I mean, at least the Onslaught did take out big chunks of the station, right? So it took out the Prometheus, it took out big chunks of the station. I think we're going to be fine. Against Capitals, the Onslaught has to be held on a tight leash. When the opponent gets a low-ish, you got to tell the old man to get away. Yeah, it does look like that's going to be... being as aggressive as it is great for fights where you are like neutral or have an advantage, but against difficult fights, that kind of aggression is not good. Alright, I'll let you take it from here, Omen. Yep, finish him off. Hit him with your antimatter blast. So look at that. Yeoman, one of the few frigates that doesn't have to be afraid of all these fighters and missiles. Although I guess the Tempest fits into that. Or, I mean, depending on the Scarabs, I could give it burst lasers and that would also do that. Huh, looks like actually, a lot of frigates don't have to be scared of them, depending on your loadout. Okay, we did get one shot through, nice. I am once again asking to be able to mentor AI cores. I'm not sure what that would do, Error. What are you mentoring him for? So that he doesn't kill humanity? What are you trying to teach an Alpha Core that it can't already teach you? Riddle me this. What's the best way to kick Remnant ass while sticking to midline ships? I mean, there's a few ways of doing that. Like just having like champions with long-range loadouts, or eagles with long-range loadouts, both seem to work pretty well. Pegasus flagship can delete remnants, can delete radiants with quadruple torpedoes or hurricanes. So one thing that was surprisingly effective was vigilances with the Gorgon pods. Like, I did that for the Persean League video, just kind of like as a random choice, just to fill something, you know, because I was limited in my options. But it was surprisingly effective. Wait, hold on. Shepherd Bomb. We can use the Shepherd to do damage to the enemy, because he's ramming into it. Excellent. No, that's not what I meant to do. What was I talking about? Right, midline. Gorgon pods, and that was before they were buffed. Now Gorgon pods have 16 ammo. So, like, going vigilances with support doctrine, you can spam them. You can get like 10 of them for just 40 deployment points. You don't need to put officers in them. You just need to get expanded missile racks and a Gorgon pod. Give it like a graviton beam or something. And it was surprisingly effective because with fast missile racks, they can just dump out Gorgons at like a rapid pace and actually win the 1v1 against Remnant frigates. Like, surprisingly, it works. And then they also provide decent firepower against heavier ships. Like, it's just... It turns out that just Gorgons as your main weapon is good if you've got fast missile racks. And, of course, you've got access to the monitor as well. But yeah, I definitely think midline is perfectly doable. Yeah, so the old slot got itself killed, but other than that, it did manage to do a lot of damage to the station. We've cleaned up all the other ships. Get that overload. You guys can finish it off. Go, go. The triple auto lance. The triple auto lance, I mean, it's fluxed out, so it's kind of getting itself killed, but the auto lance with temporal shell managed to do a lot of hull damage there. That was pretty good. Yeah, definitely need to get more skills on that officer, yeah? Probably want somebody just to escort that thing to keep it from dying at this point. Or maybe even, you know what, we can have it retreat. Like, I think we'll be good. We've only got 2 sections on this left. Yeah, I guess I'll just shoot. I'm looking for an angle to get under the shields, but I might as well just shoot the damn thing. Yeah, the main gun station is dead. Which is funny, because the low-tech Citadel, which you would probably associate with big, heavy firepower, it actually only has one main gun module, and the other 2 modules are support modules with, like, fighters and pylons. Man, I'm actually at the point where the expanded magazines are the only reason I still have ammo. Oh, come on, you couldn't finish that off? Wait, hold on. There we go. Oh, wait, does that hammer? It does. Well, I mean, it got blocked by the shield, but still. The station's own fighter is hitting it. A little friendly fire there. And then we just back up. Easy peasy. Anubis retreated. Perfect. Low teach station. I love when people try to spell tech, and I guess it just auto-corrects to teach. That seems to happen relatively frequently. Ah yes, I love my low teach. Why did you get yourself killed? Military tacticians will be debating that one for centuries. Come on now, let's get this. Let's get this overload. There we go. Vent, and we phase. Unphase. Get in there. Get out of the way. There we go. Alright. We did it. Well, BB, if you look in the top left, it clearly says the Tempest is disabled. It didn't know any better. I'll just let that stand. No comment. Yeah, I think we got all the salvage. Now I don't need a Pather Brawler. I don't need that. What's your opinion on current Conquest class? It's fine. I really should actually get around to using it on a playthrough. Something that I've said that I would do, but then I didn't end up doing. I don't know how it's going to fare against the new enemies, though. That's a big question mark. It might not be good. It might struggle. Then again, against threat, it might actually be good if you can run, like, Mjolnir on one side and Devastators on the other side. Right, the old slot has triple Devastator, and that's part of what it uses to fight the threat, so double Devastator on the Conquest might be good. I know, I like it. It does feel pretty different from the other ships. And it works. It gets the job done. I don't have strong feelings towards midline. It's like, I'm neutral. If I don't make it, tell my wife hello. My feelings towards midline are neutral. I have no strong opinions one way or the other. Midline is hard to get excited about. Well, not really. I mean, if you go Griffins and Pegasus, and you just spam missiles, that sounds pretty exciting. It's like you got high tech, you got like the craziest shields in the world. Low tech, you've got invincible armor, and then midline, you just missile spam. You fill the. It's like officer. It's like a. What would you say to yourself, Lieutenant? Yes, sir. I don't like that direction. Yes, sir. Deleting that direction. And then you just fill the void with ordnance. That's what midline can do, and that sounds kind of exciting. See, Panther Brace, so that did set it back quite a bit. I'm not exactly trying to avoid this, though. Well, I would like another capital ship before I take it on, to be fair. But the Onslaught is pretty well suited. I think the Onslaught is a pretty good ship for taking on the Panther ships. They do, like, the Adjudicators are really good against a lot of their ships. And the D-mods that we got were really not bad. Reduced peak operating time, not that big of a deal. Erratic fuel injector, well, that's going to hurt my economy a bit, but not too bad. So again, not that big of a deal. If it got like structural damage, that'd be an issue. But then again, I think bulkheads means that you don't get structural damage. So yeah, as far as D-mods go, that's not bad. Yeah, now it's just time to visit Tritachia and see if they got what I want. If they get what I need. Low-tech and ordnance saturation with pylums. Right, but while pylums are... Spamming pylums is fun. It's kind of different from spamming, like, harpoons and hurricanes. Right, because it's different. One of them is like, oh look, I've got all these missiles flying around, and they hit the enemy with some EMP, which is nice. But the other one is, oh, an enemy ship got in range. It's time to go full Macross missile barrage. You don't need any of this. I'll keep some of this around. Don't need all of this. And I'll toss these on the open market to try and balance things out a bit. It's still going to be extreme, isn't it? I really should just do it on the open market because I don't need the money. Yeah, it's still going to be extreme. Let's see. Commander. AI cores. We'll toss... Throw you a bone? Yeah, see, that's not going to change the reputation. It's a bit of a wasted reputation. You want to trade them in even numbers to get as much reputation as you can. For the Gamma cores, anyways. So we'll take 3. Confirm. A Fury with 4D mods. What a steal. Aurora? No. Not really what I'm looking for. What do you got? Challenging target. 150,000. On that side. I guess that'll up our contact level. Even though I don't really need all this money. Yeah, actually give Coulon the Pristine. It's not a terrible idea. But the thing is, I want the Pristine Nanoforges. I don't care if I'm not using them. I want them. Oh, that's a cool illustration. I think this might be a new one. Oh, and you get it. Okay, so that's what that is. And we're getting... The company will be in contact, I'm sure. Does this go anywhere? Does that actually go anywhere? No. 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 Really, I just want to find the old man spacer so I can find the red planet. It's all about sending a message. I haven't gotten anything. Yeah, probably. It seems like that's one of those things where it's like the game is paying attention to what you're doing, and they've got like stuff set up so that they can, you know, make the... But there's no consequences yet. That's for the future. Okay. What do I need? Well, I'll do that at some point. Oh, look, they have demons that he didn't even tell me about. It's even easier. Alright, I've got to go Kulan. Just like trying to get a job. Hands at CV. The company will be in touch. Ghosted. Ah, yes, good old job market. Everyone loves it. You know, nobody complains about it. The best place to be, the job market. What can I say? This is a proven fact. Right, I might have wanted to change this. Did I? Did I want to change it? How would I change it? I do want more ordnance points so I can actually fit the paladins. What did I have in mind? I guess I'll just leave that because I can't remember what I wanted to do. At the very least, I'll reorganize it. There we go. That looks better. Maybe I'll S-mod this. For now, let's drop some caps. Like so. Opinion of Anubis now. So far, it's been fine. It's not been like too strong or too weak. It survived the station battle. It did take some damage, but like it contributed. Like the triple autolance did. Triple autolance with the temporal shell did manage to do a lot of damage to one of the hull segments at very good timing. But I haven't really tried it with paladins yet. At least in this playthrough. So, now that I've got some paladins, we'll see how it does. Triple paladin Anubis. I don't think we quite have the flux for that. Maybe once I get another resonator and I switch this arbalest over to a resonator. But for now, I think I'm just going to run an autolance in the front. Important question. Do you need to keep the old slot in your fleet to find threat after the mission? That would be really weird if true. I've not actually removed it from my fleet at any point, but I'm going to assume the answer is no. I'm pretty sure once you just need the data from it. You don't need the old slot itself. The Forbidden Abyssal Glare Bug Anubis. Oh. Bug, you say? Yeah, it doesn't need the extra recharge rate. It's a bit overkill. In fact, maybe it doesn't even need expanded magazines? I think I'm going to do this. And then put those points into caps. How much to restore this bad boy? A pretty hefty sum of money. I'll do it. I got plenty of cash to burn. Hey, look in Odyssey. These things never damn show up. And it's right there. Too bad, that's not what I'm looking for. And there is a Harbinger, but my relationship's not high enough. Shame. Nothing on the black market either. That's disappointing. Well, I guess I'll just have to do more of these missions to get my reputation up. Although, I do want to visit my colony first. My new colony could use a little bit of a touch-up. Yeah, scan me. Abyssal Glare makes explosions on the beam. Time warping and just wiggle your mouse makes it happen every frame. Ah. Yeah. That would make sense as a bug. If there was going to be a bug with that interaction, that would be it. Can I see your talent tree really quick? Yeah. That's what it looks like. I'm probably going to get out of electronic warfare, even though it is pretty good. I mean, I think I'm going to go into Neuralink. Yeah, just passing by. Don't need to do anything in Galatia. Ah, there's pirates around Galatia Station. I'm sure it's not a big deal. You don't actually get diminishing returns from stacking shield efficiency. Yeah, that's correct, Helios. At least in, like, broadly speaking. I'm not sure. I may have missed some of the conversation. But, like, generally speaking, when he showed the skill tree, I got an ad. Now that's funny. The skill tree was an ad. I teched into... It's because I put too many points into technology, and so now, like, because of that, I've, like, teched too much into the Tritachyon skill tree. And so now I get, like, random advertisements. That's what happens. Illegal to sell. Yeah, you can't sell the old slot. Can you sell the ziggurat? No. Yeah. For, like, unique ships, I don't think you can. Pirates will buy everything. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, it wasn't really this colony, although I can drop off my stuff. Add more weapons to the pile. Take some crew to replace our losses. Drop off some marines. Get our fuel. Get our supplies. Supply. Okay. Got an S-mod solar shielding here. Let's copy this. This one already has it. Okay. Looking pretty good. Yeah, I think the Onslaught's going to be the only one that doesn't have S-modded solar shielding at this rate. Yeah, hold on to those two. How good is solar shielding, by the way? I read that people have been S-modding it pretty frequently. I do like S-modding it a lot. It's just 100% immunity to solar radiation, to hyperspace storms, to black holes. It's just all this environmental crap that hits your combat readiness. It just doesn't matter. You just 100% blocked. And as a side bonus, you take 10% reduced energy damage. Sorry for spam, but there is a Terran eccentric survey mission. Okay, hold on. Let's have a look. I see rocky unstable. The Terran eccentric must have expired. But I'm not really looking for colonies anyways. I guess it would be a profitable mission, but don't really need money anyways. A lot of people run solar shieldings because of the 10% energy damage. Well, people used to run it a lot because it used to be 20% energy damage reduction. So the difference it made when fighting remnants was insane. Now at 10%, it's a lot more... It's not quite as insane. Get a nice high-tech station. Install item. Yes. Then we can get started on way station and patrol HQ and ground defenses. And it's still got 1.6 mil. I guess this is fine for now. Don't really need to go Freeport or Hazard Pay just yet. Although, getting it to grow would be kind of nice, I guess. Yeah, I might as well start dumping credits into this place so that I can get more growth. I just wasn't sure if 10% energy damage reduction was worth the Arden's points. I think it's worth it if you're planning to fight remnants. The damage reduction for the price you're paying is worth it. Or if you're planning to fight Tritachyon. But outside of that, probably not. If you're just looking at it from a combat perspective, of course, the logistics bonuses it provides are pretty nice. Solar shielding is for surfing those sick hyperwaves, space waves, man. Exactly, Tuya. We like speed. We don't like to slow down. If I want to fight an enemy in a black hole, I'm going to fight him in a black hole. I don't want to have to deal with no malfunctions. That's just the crew whining, alright? Slap some solar coating on the paint. Solar-coated paint on that ship, you'll be fine. Install the cheap survey thing. I'm pretty sure I'm at my logistics hull mod limit on these ships. I need to get best of the best, and then S mod efficiency overhaul, and then I'll be able to get survey equipment. It's the plan anyways. Oh, you know what? I can get solar shielding on this, can't I? Yeah. And then I'll still have one story point as a backup. Brilliant. And then when I get best of the best, I can put one on you, and we'll all be happy day. Very good. Oh, and you even leveled. Look at that. Thank you. Perfect. You even got the right skill. Excellent. There it is. We're just missing combat endurance, which we're going to get when we hit level 6. Well, we'll cross our fingers and hope that we get it. Yeah, I can make another skill elite. It's a little early for that, though. I just need to farm out more story points. Yeah, it looks like we're starting to get the right skill sets. These two with the missile spec gotta go, though. Like, they've at least got elite target analysis and field modulation. In fact, both of them have the same template, now that I'm looking at it. These two that I rescued just have the same template. Which, you know, 3 of the right skills and the right elite skills, not terrible for a random officer you find. But in the end, missile spec rather than systems expertise is going to... They've got to get replaced. Have you ever managed to make the Vanguard useful late game? I definitely think that's doable, especially since it's so cheap to recover. You kind of have to build them... It seems like you build them like disposable. Like you throw in a bunch of torpedoes and expanded missile racks. So it could go in, do a bunch of damage, distract the enemy with its damper field, and then if it dies, not a big deal. You recover it. You pay like 3... Like, how much supplies are you really paying to recover that thing? Like 3? It's there to inflict attrition on your opponent. And derelict ops vanguards are good. Yeah, I assume that's good because, like with, what's it called? Rugged construction. The effect of the demods is cut in half. So you can stack up a bunch of demods, and they're not really hurting the ship's performance, but they are reducing its deployment points. So you can get it down with these 2 skills, you can get it down to 3 points per Vanguard. 3 points per Vanguard. And it gets Ordnance Expertise, which is pretty good on it. It's got Hull, and it gets Damage Control, which is actually pretty good on it. Like, all of the skills you get from... no, sorry, not Best of the Best. Support Doctrine. All 4 of those skills are pretty good on the Vanguard. You combine that with Hull Restoration, 3 deployment points for a ship that can go into the enemy, fire a bunch of torpedoes and a bunch of kinetic weapons, survive like a couple minutes with damper field, and then it dies and you recover it, and it's like costs you nothing. That's definitely an effective way of playing the game. Me deploying 10 Vanguards one after another to see our grief the Remnant Ordo. Now that is just brutal. So I'm pretty sure that's a war crime, actually. But my crews. Oh, the crew will be fine. You've got damage control. Right, crew losses reduced by 50%. If you don't like it, get reinforced bulkheads. Right, in fact, containment procedures. That's another minus 50%. So support doctrine adds in damage control. And then if you're getting derelict ops, then you're getting containment procedures anyways. So between these two, that reduces crew losses by 75%. Even if the ship explodes, most of the people will make it out just fine. Yeah, I guess I'll go do that. Yeah, we'll take the wormhole. Here we go. We're just crew, sir. We're meant to be expendable. Not to me. That would actually be a good idea for her playthrough, I think. Beyond just going, oh, today we're going to do, like, low-tech, or today we're going to do midline. Like, that is cool. But, like, another angle we could take things from is, let's try a run where we lose 0 crew. Including salvage operations. So if there's any kind of risk in a salvage operation, you gotta skip it. Can you beat Omega without losing any crew? So BBE, do you just have all your crew in red shirts? No. They're in orange. Apparently bots don't like Starsector stream chat. Not a lot of last 4-digit names here. Is there like more bots in other streams? All cautious and timid captains run. I think cautious would be workable. And in fact, even timid, you could make it work with like some missile ships. We are all paid actors, that's true. But you can't say that out loud. It would expose me for paying all of you. All timid would be awful. That's true. At that point, it would be really annoying. But if you could do a mix of cautious and timid, you could have like a front line of, I don't know, like eagles or something. Cautious eagles or cautious champions. That could be your front line, and your back line could be timid griffins. Oh good, both of them are trying to fight me. Wait, they're getting paid? Yes, that's right, Regulatory Stars. You are the one real person in chat. Everyone else is a paid actor. You have been tricked. You have been deceived. Name your crew after all 9.6 of your subs, and when each die, they forcibly get unsubbed. Yeah, not a bad idea. We just pull up, we'd have to like insert all of the names into like a random name generator. And so it's like, oh, 46 crew died in that engagement. All right, we're going to pull 46 random names from the list. And if your name gets called, that means you died. You are dead. I didn't realize he had that many subscribers. Is there going to be a 10K special? I don't really know what I would do for a 10K special. I don't know. Maybe if there's like a... Like, what would I do for that? Like, you know, an Ask Me Anything? I don't know. I feel like a lot of YouTubers do something like that, and like very few people actually care that much. It's just like, you know, put the fries in the bag. You know, just do the live streams. We didn't. I'm subbed with 2 accounts. I can die twice. Now that's dedication. I'm ready for the Sweet Release Simulator TM stream. Just going to curse 10k special, remove Beelzebub's glasses. Now that would just be impossible, wouldn't it? I'm just kind of sitting here like a total jackass, not doing anything to help my fleet. Hold on, let me see if I can get in here. Back. Ooh, one of them did get through. Almost killed that Aurora immediately. Oh, what are you going to do? Shoot your harpoons at me? Oh, no. Ooh, here they come. Oh. I don't even need to phase for this. I am unfazed. Low-tech phase fleet for 10k special. I mean, I do want to do another, like, chat builds my fleet video. Or rather, live stream. That'll be fun. Although, I don't think that needs to be like a 10k special. It's just something that I'll do every now and then. I'm just going to ignore you. I'll let everybody else deal with you. Did you see the Grendel-only guy on the forums? Yes, I did. It's pretty neat. The fact that he took 6 Grendels and took on like a triple fabricator fleet is pretty good. 10k special is just a pilot run only, and the task is to steal all of the colony items. Grendel is unplayably ugly, sorry. Thank you for... Oh god, Ron. Well, anyways, thank you, Tuya. It's in fact the color of the super... Well, is it a super chat if there's no text? What would you call that? Just a donation, I guess? The yellow color matches the yellow of your beta core. It's about $10. Alright. I feel like bribery in this chat? I know one cooler guy. Can you imagine someone bribing me? Unbelievable. Look at it. It's absolutely unthinkable. 10k Helltaker stream. Come on, you have to do it. I don't know, maybe 10k, maybe, I don't know, that's better like that's more like an April Fool's type thing, but maybe. We pursue. And take what is ours. Simulator update. Nice. Okay, and so 2 story points are close to level 12. Kite will only run. 10k no omen fleet. There will be no omens in the 10k. Yeah. Yeah, now they're running away. Bye-bye. Oh, wait, why am I even... Right. I'm just kind of surveying out of habit, but I don't actually have any survey equipment, so that's not a good idea. Alright, Tritachyon, are we... Nope, we're still welcoming. We're not friendly. Oh, brother. Splitting hairs here. Okay, let me just have a look at this. Well, it's almost making money. Freeport's not adding a whole lot, but it's adding something. I guess now that I can produce things, custom production, 1 Paragon class, please. 500,000, so it's going to take 5 months to build that. An all rugged construction fleet would be fun. Yeah, I guess I'll just do like a themed fleet, maybe. That'll be fun. Rugged construction is a decent idea. Darn it, wife had me busy, so I'm just tuning in now. Well, hello, Draylar. You didn't miss much, it's just been a couple of hours. Any of y'all use shades? I think shades are actually pretty decent, especially now that the Afflictor got a very deserved DP nerf. Phase Anchor shades are pretty decent. Okay, so I did that mission. Now what? I don't really need more money. I mostly just want more reputation so I can get my damn Astral. Or more blueprints, for that matter. Because of course I got the Shade, but not the Harbinger. I guess, you know what? I could go back into the Abyss to go get the Gate Hauler. Yeah, okay. Alright. There's one stable location. I'm thinking of just moving the Gate Hauler here, instead of sending it into the sector. That's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking of putting the Gate Hauler here. So that way, later on, if I want to farm some of the late game enemies, I can do that. The alternative would be to use the Wormhole Anchor, which supposedly is a lot cheaper. Yeah, 1,000 transphotonics, I know. Does taking stuff from your colony inquire debt? Yes, Dark Anubis. Taking like supplies and stuff from your colony does... It doesn't cost you money right away, it costs you money at the end of the month. The DMod tier list. Of course. Yeah, I think it's about time we go to the Abyss. We're going to need a lot of transphotonics first, though. Is there a gate nearby? Not really. I guess we'll just take, what was it, Isira? This one. We'll go take this gate, go to Galatia, and then from there go home, get a bunch of transphotonics, or whatever. And then get ready to go back through the gate so we can fight some demons. And also claim the Gate Hauler. I deployed the gate in Myasura and the wormhole from there to the top right corner of the sector. Interesting. Demons in threat. Oh boy. Yes, everyone's favorite part. Horrors beyond human comprehension. Can't get enough. Codex entry for what? Wait, why did... I've used the gates earlier. Why did I get that illustration now? How odd. Demons? I think you mean crab. Why crab? Because they're red? Is that it? I don't think... It's like, is that all there is to it? Stability is at 3, apparently, because of some shortages. No, I don't think I'm ready to do that. Yeah, because normally we're getting stability from a lot of these buildings, and all of them have shortages, so they're not providing any stability. Of course. Wait, do I have a hypershunt tap? Pretty sure I do. Yeah. So the only thing that's missing for my second colony, because I'm pretty sure the hypershunt is right here. Yeah. So the hypershunt is in range, which means that the only thing Pluto Man is missing is if it had some volatiles. No, wait, it would also need transplutonics, that's right. So maybe I should explore around the hypershunt and try to find a perfect fortress world, because it's possible. You just need metals, transplutonics, and volatiles on a no-atmosphere planet. And that'll do it. Oh, well, you also want it to be extreme heat so that you can use a cryo-arithmetic engine. But if you can find that around a hypershunt, like the problem is that in order to make it, you do need 5 industries. Because you can't disrupt, right? Like mining, you can't disrupt because it's just mining. Well, I guess you could disrupt the heavy machinery shipments to cause shortages, but if the heavy machinery is being produced on the planet itself, then you can't. So you go mining, refining heavy machinery. That sort of creates a loop where it's self-sustaining. Then you just need fuel production, and that gets you the full industry to support a military base locally. And that's why you need 5. It just needs to find a planet that has the right resources, and it needs to be in range of a hypershunt. Maybe I should look around. Let's see, planets. Planet list. Let's see, we want volatiles. We want all 3 of these. No matching planets. There we go. That's the problem. Okay. Yeah, the only problem is that the planets that get all 3 of these are usually not hot. They're usually not hot. Usually what happens is they are cryovolcanic. So cryovolcanic, frozen, cryovolcanic, cryovolcanic, frozen, cryovolcanic. Yeah, most of them that have all 3 are going to be those. But there is one arid world that's hot. It's just not extreme heat. Now, in theory, you can make up for the difference by using an orbital lamp. Slight problem. Orbital lamp uses the same slot as the hypershunt tap, so you can't have both. And for whatever reason, the hypershunt tap doesn't show up here. I don't know what that's all about. It's supposed to show up here as a condition, but Are you trying to do a perfect system? I'm thinking about it. I guess for now I'll just go do demons instead. We'll go deal with some demons. And by deal with, I mean kill. It's only 500 transplutonics. Huh. And I could try putting an alpha core in the way station and then waiting a couple months. And by a couple months, I would rather not wait that long. Okay, hold on. Let's wait a couple days. See how much we get. Who needs a perfect system anyway? Yeah, I do think that, especially with a lot of the extra travel options that have been added recently, you don't really need one perfect system anymore. Okay, so we got 8 in a couple of days. Not going to wait for that. I will just go to the core worlds to buy the difference. Pretty sure this doesn't fix it. Oh, it does. That's kind of one of the things that's a bit silly, is if you get a shortage of one, you can just slap on a gamma core, and that, hey, look, there's no shortage anymore. But, because, look at the megaport, it has a shortage, right? It has a shortage because it's already got a core, so you can't do that. Wow, that change in stability. So much money. Guess I'll leave it there. Wait a minute, what if I take this out? What if I just use stockpiles? Yeah, even if we're burning through, even if we're using stockpiles, which can be expensive, the increase in stability is worth it. And it doesn't seem to affect this thing at all. Being short on fuel. Now, luckily, this will be less of an issue than missing domestic goods and luxury goods. Once we get to size 6, because then we can build our own light industry, and that'll be covered. So not only will it make us money, it'll make the planet more resistant to trade disruption. Okay, yeah, we're going to go to the core worlds. We're going to get some transplutonics. And then we're going to get out into the abyss on a little adventure. BB, for real though, how much do you think the new hull mods and weapons will affect brawl tourneys? I assume it's going to affect it a lot, because it adds a lot of new options. I don't really know what the best setups are, though. Like, there's already a lot to do in vanilla. There's already a lot of potential options. So adding in all of this new stuff, it's like, what's going to be the best? I don't know. But just the fact that there's more options is definitely going to make things a little more chaotic. Wait, hold on. Do they have... How much transplutonics are they going to have here? Love me some chaos. Oh, yeah. Chaotic battles are the best battles. Let's go somewhere with transplutonics. Yep, paid in 100,000. So we actually lost money this month. Thanks, Paragon. Okay, Jingala. Surely they have transplutonics. I've not bothered to learn what... I've not really bothered to learn what industries they have. Barren World. Okay, let's just create a map marker here. Let's try not to knock over the microphone. Orbital. Hab. Barren orbit. Create. Sure, that seems fine. Okay, let's clean out all of these. Yes, that's a lot of codex updates. Yeah, just get all of that out of here. Be gone. Inactive. Okay. Now we're looking good. Doesn't Tritech has the most transplutonics? Yeah, I guess I'll have a look. An error has occurred. Very cool. Thank you. Thank you, Tube. That's awesome. We love to see it. We love errors. Errors are very cool. Where would we be without errors? Okay, much better. Right, I don't care about the ships. Yeah, no, they don't have transplutonics. Okay, let's go visit Tritacan. Surely they will have transplutonics. Surely. No doubt about it. When has chat ever been wrong? Cruor has the most transplutonics and also Kazaron. I always forget about Cruor. Poor, poor Cruor. We're not at war with them, are we? No, we're neutral to the dictat. Okay. Oh yeah, I guess we could... The easy way to do this would be to go here. Transplutonics, but we're not looking... The problem is we're not looking for these. We're looking for... this. There we go. Okay. Good thing we're consuming it, because if we weren't consuming it, I would have no way of getting to this, which is a little annoying. Kalon, Sindria, Chico Mostok. I don't see Kruor anywhere in here. You're probably... Yeah, you're looking at transplutonic ore. I'm looking for transplutonic metals. So actually it's Sindria. What do you know? Sorry, don't banish me. Sorry, Jimbo, you're going to the Shadow Realm. So look at that, 507, beautiful. And a little extra just for the road. While we're at it, seems good to me. Now we skedaddle. Bye-bye. They are not good at their jobs. I guess I can go to Penelope Star. Who the hell's Penelope? That's not a name. Nope, let's go this way. Okay, hold on. Let's get this aim. Slip surge. Did you already find the red planet? No, I have not. I would like to, but I don't check the bars very often, even though I should. That's why I always find it really late when I remember, like, oh yeah, I should probably look for that. Paragon coming soon. Wait, I'm favorable with the church. I don't remember what I did. The duality of man. I'm popular with Tritachyon and the church. Warmth of neighborliness, nothing more. Red Planet's just a weird space rumor. Don't listen to it, guys. You know what'd be funny is if they added a quest line where that actually is what happens. It's like some kind of rumor of something that sounds like really cool. And the reality when you get there just turns out to be a total misunderstanding and it's just completely mundane. Now that would be exciting. Yes, I am a religious zealot and a corporate sellout at the same time. I'm only motivated by ideology, but I'm also only motivated by money. I'm hyper pragmatic, but also hyper ideological. I am. This is true. I have a principled stand against advertisements unless I'm the one making money from them. That's the kind of guy. Well, really, that's the kind of person Pauline Bingus is. So basically the guildmaster of every guild in Skyrim. I'll just take your word for it. I have not played Skyrim. I'm glad I got back here just in time for the Abyss content. You did. Let's go say hello to some lights, yeah? Perfectly normal lights. Oh, what are you gonna do, huh? Nothing. You don't even exist. Just a couple more months and the Paragon will be ready. Or maybe one more month. Does this mean you actually run none of the crew harm reduction perks and it's just all shields? Yes. Not played Skyrim? You missing out. Yes, that's what they say. Okay. Come on, give me more lights. Oh, that one's definitely pinkish. This one's a little spooky. Okay. So it does sound like from the fights that other people have done against these guys, it does sound like frigates don't do super well. And we know the Onslaught can take this on. I kind of want to figure out if there's a way to make frigates useful in this fight. Because I've kind of had the same first impression, is that frigates don't do too much. It's mostly just about throwing a capital ship or two at them. But there's got to be a way. There must be. Alex wouldn't just add new content that makes frigates kind of useless, would he? Well, there's the eye. Screaming at him. Stunned. It's a nice touch. Uh-huh. Ah, the Reaper missed. Unfortunate. So I think the key is probably going to be having them stick together. Like, this is a case where you really need your frigate wolf packs to bunch up. And some weapons can still hit you while you're in phase. I think it's really just the point... As far as I remember, it's just the point defense one, right? With the EMP. Which is like not... Bruh. Seriously? Come on now. You gotta be kidding me. Off screen? That's why... This is why I need a taller monitor. This guy right here. Look at this guy. You are the exact reason I need a taller monitor so that I can see this shit. Get owned. I mean, I don't think the eye can hit you while you're in phase, though, right? I was just sitting there unfazed because I couldn't see. He wasn't even on screen. Either that or I'm just going to zoom. Yeah, I'm not. I'll probably, for next time, just increase the maximum combat zoom a little bit. Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? Oh, we're feeling it all right. See, it does look like one of these omens got picked off by the eye. One of them seems to have just vanished. The last one, I guess, I'll just have go here. These two are still alive, even though they're being harassed by multiple. So they're not killing them, but so far they're staying alive. Well, that's not good. Do I need to S-mod a repair unit for you? Oh, you know what? The Tempest is actually doing a decent job there. It actually managed to do some significant damage. And it's covering for the Omen. I think a Tempest Wolf Pack might actually work. It might be that Omens are not very good. But like, looking at how this fight is going... Yeah, I think a Frigate Wolf Pack could do this. It's just that if they get caught by the eye, they're going to vanish. Or apparently any larger ship at all. Like, these Maelstroms are also seemingly deleting them. But like the Destroyer class ones, it does seem like it's a bit sketchy. But again, this is like only a level 3 officer anyways. With 2 S mods. If we get this up to... If we get this like fully kitted out, and you've got enough of them, they'll probably do okay. Bro, look at these babies running away constantly. Ah, just disgusting. This is... yeah, the maw is the big one. Yeah, so this is the medium one. And now the Onslaught's taking way more damage than before. Like, bro, just go finish him off. I've given you an order. Are you not... like, why are you struggling? No, stop turning. Why are you turning? Go forward. Literally just go forward. Why are you turning? This is your one job. Just go forward. Oh, come on. Don't get me killed here. I will be very mad at you. If the nerfs hit it this hard, that suddenly it's this much weaker... and it's also just being an idiot. Point your guns at the target. Bro, you have one job. Okay, apparently the nerfs absolutely fucking destroyed the ship. It is useless now. We're rage quitting. How much progress did I lose? Not too much. I'm already in the abyss. I can't fucking believe that. Like, that's so annoying, because it'll ram headfirst into a station. But you're telling me when it's fighting an abyssal monster, it's like, no, I can't point my guns at the target. I'm scared. Please. You have one single job. Kill the enemy. Drive straight into it. Right? If you're going to get yourself killed on stations, at least you could do is be reliable against these abyssal monsters, okay? That's the least you could do. At this rate, I might just replace the old slot. You know, forget Neuralink, I'll just go, like, officer management and get a second astral. That's what I'm starting to think, because this is no good. This is no good. It doesn't, but it's not being flanked. And that's also not true, because I've done plenty of tests with it where it gets flanked and it just charges forward anyways. The real reason is because its frontal armor is stripped off. And so it's doing the thing where the AI kind of tilts the ship to try and use its side armor a bit, which makes sense for some ships, but for the Onslaught, where its main guns are on the front and they can't turn, it's absolutely terrible behavior. Let's try that again. I can't believe that was actually that hard. Huh. Alright, let's get you guys... Let's set it up like this. I am going to keep my inflictor back so that we can survive. And I'm going to do a little bit more intelligent targeting here. We need to get the AI, or not the AI, the eye. No, go backwards. I'm ordering you go backwards. Don't float forwards. Go backwards. We just need to order the Onslaught around so it does its job before it gets into too much trouble. Okay, now these guys are all just fighting the destroyers. That's fine. The Onslaught is hopefully going to take out the eye before we run into too much issues here. We have the eyes opening up, and there she goes. Okay, so getting the eye off the field early, that should help. One of the omens is already disabled. So this time, this is not working so well. Alright, you guys can all just huddle up over there. I mean, if we can't even fight these abyssal horrors with the old slot now, that's going to be a problem. Well, I mean, it's not a huge problem. We can go pick up our Paragon, which is going to be ready by the time we get home. So, end of the world, not really, but definitely annoying, because that was kind of one of the things I wanted to do on this trip. The whole camping trip is ruined now. Thanks, Dad. Grandpa ruined the camping trip with his bad attitude. Alright, let's get this guy. Come on. What? Wait, what? Okay, hold on. I knew that it moved backwards. I did not know that it was invincible while it moved backwards. I'm pretty sure those antimatter blasts passed right through it. That's how it looked to me. How are you doing? Okay, I guess. You know, I think I'm going to go help the frigates. Let's get out of here. I love how I named the Onslaught and let me solo her, but he can't do it anymore. He just can't do it. Hold on, we're swooping in to save the day. No, back up! Are your engines flamed out? Yeah, your engines are flamed out. You know, I think that might be what's getting the frigates killed here. Is the EMP is reaching their engines. That's probably a big part of it. So I think if I get better officer skills, I get cybernetic augmentation, and if I were to S-mod a repair unit on them, I think they would survive better. Which would mean missing out on autoloaders, unfortunately. No, I'm just going to move out of the way. Screw you. Yeah, I'm not sure we can actually do this fight now that the Onslaught's been nerfed. Although the Afflictor is doing fine against these things. Like, we can just drive up to them and stun them. Right, and these jet streams do kinetic damage, so they're not that threatening to the... even if I do get hit by them. But look at this, it's struggling to even kill the one Maelstrom, let alone the rest of them. Now that's a problem. The Anubis, on the other hand, I guess it's just keeping its distance because it's still doing just fine. Okay. Come on now. Oh, well, there goes the Omen. Tried your best, I guess. You and me, pal. I mean, I'm probably going to, like, quit and restart on this anyways, but I want to see how far I can go. And it's jumped away. It's still in range. Oh, come on. You couldn't give me that one? Alright. Onslaught Mark 1 disabled. There it is. Did it even kill the thing? No. Yeah, okay. I'm thinking change of plans. We're probably not going to keep the Onslaught if this is its performance. Post-nerf? No, thank you. Maelstrom was the only thing the Onslaught pre-nerf ever struggled against. Yeah, no, post-nerf, it's a huge issue there. Does it need more speed? I don't think we can give it more speed. I mean, Old Slot still struggled with Dwellers even pre-nerf. Well, we fought this exact enemies with this fleet before, and the Old Slot did all the killing. Now it literally just does nothing. It's still not a bad ship. Yeah, it's not terrible, but I don't think it's going to be... Yeah, I don't think I'm... Like, the risk of having that reckless AI core is kind of annoying to deal with. And if the ship is strong enough, then it's worth dealing with. But in this case, I don't think it's strong enough for me to justify using it. Let's see. Gates. Gate hauler. Not Ziggy tier anymore, that's for sure. What if Radiant? Yeah, Radiant is strong enough for that. Dementia slot? It's starting to look like it. Install the mod to buff it back. Is there a mod for that already? Where are you going? I'm going to the Gate Hauler, which was the other thing we came out here for. Let's see. Is that finished? Cool. Hold on, let's go to custom production. No. I guess we'll wait for this to finish and then we'll add another one. Proceed. Okay, so if I set it to limbo, how long does it take? Still 131 days versus 312. Interesting. Okay. Got the weapons for the Paragon? I mean, I haven't specifically looked for them, but at this point in the game, we've killed enough enemies, so we should have the weapon set up. And we've got antimatter SRMs, which can go on it, which is nice. Yeah, I think putting it in limbo is probably fine, because then we can just use the gates to get here. And if we want to connect two systems, we can use a wormhole anchor. So you can say he gave up, he's whipping out the Paragon. Well, I was always planning to go into the Paragon. You know, I mentioned it before in the other streams, like, we're going to go Paragon Astral, because I want to see if the Astral's any good, and I'd like to use the Paragon as a front line for it. Now I'm just going to replace the old slot with the second Astral. Yeah, let's send it there. Let's see if this is... I'd like to see how it feels. For this playthrough, we're going to have the Gate Hauler in limbo. That's one of the gimmicks. What about Invictus? Yeah, I should do like an Invictus, at least a video at some point about the Invictus. Okay. So is it not done? I guess it's got to be one more month. Speaking of the colonies, yes, stability is restored. Excellent. Excellent. Be warned, any hull mods that alter time flow will horribly bug the Abyssal Laser for some reason. Yeah, it does seem like that was an issue with I think one cooler guy mentioned with the Anubis. But I guess it's all time flow effects. Interesting. Yeah, I think for the Anubis, I'm going to go double Resonator. It gives it some long-range kinetic damage. It's fairly cheap. The slow rate of fire doesn't matter because it's mostly the recharge rate that affects the DPS of this weapon, which is completely unaffected. So yeah, I think Resonator is probably one of the better choices here. That's what it's looking like. Although it's going to be a bit expensive on ordnance points. I might just want to remove this, to be honest, and to let these go run free. But then if I'm going to do that, I probably want something else. Or do I? Maybe longbows by themselves will do fine. Maybe. I am ignoring you. You can't scare me, ghosts. I don't even believe in you. He went there and left it. I didn't understand the decision. Well, yeah, because I wanted to go see the Abyssal Horrors. It wasn't really about going to Limbo. It was more so about seeing the the new enemies. And at that point in the game, I didn't really go grab transplutonics. I wasn't ready to take all of that out there. That's why I ended up leaving it. I meant the ziggurat. Oh. Okay, I assumed... Yeah, I looked at that, I was like, I can even though I don't know what you're talking about, I can assume that we're talking about the gate hauler, because I just did that. The ziggurat. Because the old slot couldn't 1v1 it, so I just decided, well, I don't really need it. It's not like I'm going to use it. I'm going to recommend trying out 2 of the big Demon Eye laser on the Paragon turrets. Yeah, it does seem like those are pretty strong. Since you're the king on Starsector, well, I'll take. Alright. I have a question. You know part of the Janus questline where you need to scan the gates. Do you need to scan all the gates to have access to them later, or... So you only have access to gates that you scan. Yeah. So if I go here, you can see some of these are still hollow, because I've never scanned these gates. So I can't access them. Hopefully that answers your question. 5 Shieldshun Onslaught 14s with Reckless go hard. Yeah, that is good enough to beat most of the content in the game. And also it's just very... Well, if you're a big fan of orcs in 40k, that's the build for you. Thanks, BB. No problem, Oscar. You can scan them after the quest, though. Yes, that's also true. You don't need to scan them first, before you do the quest. You can scan them later. Right, so I wanted to go here just to do this. Okay. Well, I guess at some point I am going to have to go back out to Limbo so I can scan the gate once it gets there. Don't I? Or so that I can, deploy the gate. That's fine, though. I do want to go back out there. The main thing is we've got to get ourselves a proper fleet. Do I have enough AI cores to really... No. Okay. Not unless I started handing over some alpha cores, which I'm not about to do. Oh, we're at war with the Persian League now. Very cool. Good timing. I just wormhole to Limbo. Personally cheaper. Yeah, it probably is cheaper. Not to mention it's set up pretty much instantly. Although I guess fuel expenses are not really a big concern. Will things randomly spawn in the Abyss? Yes. Phone died, but I'm back now. What did I miss in the last hour or so? Well, we killed the secret final boss of the Abyss. Yeah, it turns out that they accidentally buffed the old slot instead of nerfing it. So it just we found the secret final boss, and we just absolutely demolished it. It was crazy. Why not get 2 Auroras? Well, partly because 2 Auroras is 60. Although I guess the Aurora probably would work well against the Shrouded Dwellers. It's got strong shields, it's got fast enough speed, and the low range isn't an issue because most of the Dwellers also have low range. Yeah, the Aurora might actually be one of the better ships for taking them on, as well as one of the better ships for using their weapons. I'll give you that. I don't need to go home right now. I'm just kind of... Well, I gotta pick up the Paragon, I guess. Let Me Solar Herd suffers damage from the storm. Although, if I'm not going to use it, I'm kind of tempted to just scrap the Onslaught Mark 1 so I can get my Alpha Core back. But I can always get more Alpha Cores, so not really. Can't wait for 1.0 and the Abyss boss is just 5 Mark 1s. Hey, whoa, don't leak the internal memos here. Hey, this ain't a War of Thunder forum. I mean, it should be decent enough. Is it still not done? How long do I have to wait? Fine, I will wait for the end of the month. Give me my Paragon. Have I used the fragment weaponry before this playthrough? No. If so, are they any good? I don't know. That's the answer. I don't know. The Swarm Launcher doesn't seem very good. That one I do know a little bit about. It doesn't seem super good. Unless you're doing... maybe if you're doing like a derelict operations spam fleet. It's something you can slap on some like... and then maybe you can spam a ton of them across all of your ships. But then you'd have to farm out a ton of... well, a ton of the items you use for the hull mods. A ton of the Swarm Launchers themselves. You'd have to farm a lot of stuff to make that work. And then really the thing that's carrying you is the spam fleet. Like, not really the swarms. They're just adding in a bit extra. Food shortage and free port, and it's still 5 stability. Excellent. I was upgrading in one day. Nice. Which means production should be up to... well, next month, I guess. It should be... because it was already 100,000. Increasing it to orbital works should increase the production potential. For how long have you been playing Starsector anyway? You seem to know literally everything about it. How long? 3 years, I think? I think I started this YouTube... I started making Starsector videos like 2 years ago. And I started playing like... probably maybe less than a year before that, honestly. Non-stop? Well, I've been playing it well, when I found it, I started playing it a lot. You know, it's not playing... because there's a lot... because it always feels like there's more to... like, if your fleet composition doesn't work, it always feels like there's something to learn there, so that can be very addicting. So I did end up playing it a lot in the last 3 years. Game has been around... oh no, it's older than... I think it's older than a decade at this point. I think Starfarer was back in like 2011, so like 14. Right when .95 out, post-skill... yes, post-skill rework. I do remember when I started, it was the... when I started, it was each level you had 2 choices. And then you would force to go to the next level and the next level and the next level. That's what it was when I started. And then, like a couple months after I started, they updated to basically this. And I gotta say, this does work a lot better than the binary skill choices at every tier. Okay, so I do have plenty of coolant storage. I can just take that. Yeah, there we go. We are good. It's so weird that it always comes with weapons like this. Very strange. Well, I don't need any of this crap. It did at least give me auto pulses and auto lances, so that's not bad. Not gonna need that. Only have 2 story points. Sad. It is sad day. And we've got exactly 4 SRMs. A bit expensive, but we're gonna run them. We'll try the Abyssal Glares when we get our hands on them. For now, it's just gonna be the classic Tachyon Lance. I've only got 1, and that would be asymmetrical. I do want to try this, although I am concerned about the lower DPS. Let's see, let's organize these. Now, who will pilot this thing? And missile specialization is kind of nice with the SRMs. And then if you can also get resonators, then missile spec is not bad. Maybe I can hire an officer right... Nope, there's no officers at my colony. Well, for now, I'm just going to move you out of the Anubis. There we go. Problem solved. Yeah, that looks good. Just need to get some more story points so I can start S-modding stuff. Mr. Brickbrain, do you remember the old carrier skill tree? No, that was before my time. I'm not even sure I want to lug this around anymore. You just want my Astral at this point. Give me my Astral. Give me 2 Astrals. That'll get me up to... Yeah, 2 Astrals and a Harbinger is all I need. How many officers do I currently have? 6. Okay. 7. 8 for the Harbinger. 9 and 10 for the 2 Astrals. Yeah, so 10 will be... I'll grab Officer Management. Alright, that works out. So we'll try having one Astral sit behind the Paragon, and the other Astral sort of operate independently, but with the Anubis to protect it. That's going to be the concept. We'll see which one of these Astrals performs better. Is it the one that's behind the Paragon, or is it the one that's kind of got its own escort instead? That's what we're going to look at. Although, I could try a different 50 deployment ship to keep my bays at 8 instead of going up to 14. But, I mean, it's a nice idea to do a little A-B testing. Does the Astral perform better when it has like a big capital ship in front of it, or can it do just fine, or perhaps even better, with nothing in front of it and instead having its own escort? I think that's an interesting question. The autopulses go off the screen. Very nice. Good. Yeah, I've got my... Look at this. We've gone from having a messy fleet full of all of this random crap, a very clean and organized fleet. We got our flagship, we got our Paragon, bunch of frigates, this thing, and then our double Atlas, single Prometheus. It's a good setup. I mean, I could theoretically try to raid Tritachyon to get the blueprints for the Astral, but that doesn't seem like a very good plan. The Anubis does want best range when it has max range possible, since it escorts from behind. Yeah, I think that's part of why resonators are a good choice, because even if it's not even... Because even as an escort, it might not get close to the enemy, but resonators have so much range that they're always going to be shooting. On top of the low flux cost, and basically negligible flux cost. The only reason these cost flux is to interrupt your zero flux boost. That's what I think. They're not actually there to cost. They're not actually supposed to cost you any significant amount of flux, which is perfect for the Anubis. You think we just remove that? Yeah, that seems good. Right, did I see any missions from Tritechon? Yeah, they even order crew for you. Interesting. So that's why I had 120 or 820 crew. Okay, missions. I guess we'll go visit the core worlds. Do we know if there's a funky Anubis out there without the Design and Compromises debuff? Well, there probably is in the modverse. You want to go use some mods? In vanilla, I really doubt it. Yeah, that's true. Arroyo does give... Sometimes Tritech and Deserters can have Astrals, that's true. And Arroyo is handing out bounties like free candy. So let's go visit our favorite friend in the Tritachian Corporation. Really just a great guy all around. Okay, so apparently the crisis has changed. It's no longer the Luddic Path, now it's the Persean League. I mean, if I really need to, I can just go pick up the old slot, and I think we can snipe the logistics fleets pretty easily. Hey, look at that! Harbinger! There he is. Harbingle. Well, that's one ship off the list. Excellent. Also, let's see if we got any officers. No. I'm not really interested in these. Bounty docket. Challenging. Continue. One of the other targets. Nope. Yeah, all of them are pirates, unfortunately. Pirates and Pathers, not really. Not deserters, sadly. But at the very least, doing this should help our Tritachian reputation. That sounded like that video of Sonic saying hamburger. Harbinger. Hamburger. Harbinger. Harbingus. Now that is a special name. We've got Paragons, no Astral, so even if I had enough reputation, I can't get one right now. Yeah, so you've got 140, which means that 2 Astrals I'd add another 100, and that would add up. That would do it. Do you guys have officers? Field modulation? Absolutely. Yes. That is exactly what we're looking for. See, at this point, I've got to start optimizing my officers. I really want to see if I can make this Astral Fleet work. As much as I do want an autoloader, because Reapers are great, I might end up going with the repair unit instead. Because dealing with the shrouded enemies, it did seem like the engines were a problem. I guess, I mean, a lot of the time they don't really need hardened subsystems. Let's be realistic here. With Wolfpack tactics and combat endurance, they should be fine. It's a bit overkill. We're not going to be farming like tons of Ordos. We're not going to need hardened... Like the Tempest, for example, has been perfectly fine without it. So surely the Omens will as well. And if we got 8, we could potentially take off... Or 9, we can potentially take off 8 and get a missile autoloader. Potentially. I do like having a lot of extra vents on the Omen, though. It is nice. Because that makes elite field modulation pretty good. With how many multiple capital bounties there are, you'd think the core world militaries would run out of ships. Yeah, when you get to that point in the game where there's constantly deserters everywhere and they've got like these massive fleets, it's like, okay, how is the sector still functioning? But it does. It just, life goes on, I guess. Independent, no Tritachyon. Well, there is this one. Okay. So we will go do this first. Yellow primary star. Well, there's two. Well, we'll try this one. See how it goes. Why Dies Tempest has only single Sabo? Well, it's not really a single Sabo, it's a double Sabo. Right? You're spending 2 ordnance points for 2 Sabos, and the bigger one, you're spending 2 extra ordnance points, and you only get 1 extra Sabo. And I figured I'd rather just have the flux stats. Especially if I get a missile autoloader, which I might. Actually, I really just want to Asimod solar shielding here, don't I? And then if anything, I'll try to squeeze in advanced optics for these. I might even drop this entirely and just ignore the missile slot. Damn, it's rough. Well, hello, military history visualized. Are you here to visualize military history for us? No, I'm not going to need an eagle. Well, apparently some people reckon... Nah. Well, right now we're making history. Virtually speaking, of course. Is it bounty? Pirate base? Cosalair? Psychomantis? Well, let's, I guess we might as well... I guess we can sell them some crap and then kill them. As you do. Thank you for business. And now, I would like to take more. I would like more money, actually. So if you don't mind dying, that'd be real swell. Yes, I believe the new threat is, in fact, a weapon to surpass Metal Gear. I'm not even sure what that means. But it sounds really funny. Oh god, I think there was someone who made, like... Maybe it was Video Game Donkey who made a joke. Where one video was just like, the entire thing was, everything was a weapon to surpass Metal Gear. It's like, Talon-class fighters. The weapon to surpass Metal Gear. There are no snakes in space. That's right, they're busy on the planes. You know, they tried to book them for the space games, but the planes got to them first. How would you set up a pure pirate fleet so only pirate ships to deal with the Star Fortress? That's a great question. I'm trying to think if there are carriers you could use. I mean, strictly speaking, the pirate Colossus is a carrier, but it's not very good, so I wouldn't really use it. I mean, something like pirate mules with converted hangars could get some fighters in, well, not fighters, bombers in there, and that would help a lot. I think the most straightforward way to siege a station would be the Atlas Mark II with Gauss cannons and hurricanes. Right, it gives you, and especially you really need a cautious officer there as well. You gotta keep your distance. But yeah, the Atlas Mark II would actually be decent for sieging a station. It's just that you would also need enough supporting ships to keep it alive. And you know what? The pirates do get access to the Vanguard. There's a pirate variant of the Vanguard. And a pirate variant of the Manticore. So I think as far as like supporting ships go to keep the enemy busy, both of those would be fine. And then after that, if you could squeeze in some pirate mules with like converted hangar, then to throw in maybe throw in some of the buffed Perditions or Cobras. Although really, if you have flash bombers, that would just be the best. That's probably how I would approach it. Why the Paragon is trying to destroy those side things? Because the AI considers them a worthwhile target for some reason. Lashers are underrated cheap little ships. Thank you. Well, you're welcome. Not a problem. Oh yeah, I totally forgot to mention Eradicators. That's right, the pirate variant of the Eradicator is pretty solid. Yeah, I'd probably use the Eradicators over the Manticores in that kind of setup. So like the Atlas Mark II to siege the station, the Eradicators to keep the enemy busy, and then like the Vanguards is sort of your frigates to keep up with. So you've got like a fast distraction ship. Something like that. Did an Omen try to ram the space station again? Oh, you know it. They love costing me an extra 20,000 credits to fix those demods. They do it to know if you still care, you know? Because when you stop repairing the demods, that's when the ship knows it's next in line to be scrapped. Hey, this is pretty good. +1/+1, no atmosphere, extreme heat, low gravity. That's pretty solid. No gate, though. I guess you could remove this and put a wormhole anchor here. But at this rate, it doesn't really look like I want this system at all. Really, I need to focus. We've got a bounty, which is a barren world. Okay. So this one. And then I'll go survey that tundra, see how it is. Well, it's not, yeah, overall accelerated ammo feeder is overall better than burn drive. But the thing is, the Pirate Afflictor is also cheaper, right? They compensate for that. And of course, the burn drive does have some situations where it's got its uses. It does make it kind of like a... I don't know, I guess I'd say like the Pirate Eradicator feels a bit different. It's a lot better at pursuing the enemy because of the burn drive, where the accelerated ammo feeder makes the regular Afflictor a solid line ship, where they can sort of form to... You get like a few of them, and then they just kind of work together to just burn through the enemy. Wear them down over the course of a long-range battle. Okay, so... Where are you? You're in this system. Where's the barren world? We've done this one. We've done this one. Where is it? Oh, of course. My bad. I missed the ore dog in the outer ring because it looked exactly like all of these squares. My mistake. I didn't understand your game, ore dog. Burn drive Afflictor. Now that would be a ship. Burn drive in phase. I believe, what is it? The Star Federation, the stealth cruiser, they gave it like a mobility system, even though it's a phase ship. So that's something close. Close to that concept. There we go. That's our guy. Kill him. Alright, this doesn't have any weapons yet. I gotta go home and get some phase lances. Or as they call them where I'm from, phrase lances. I don't know why they call them that. It's kind of a weird thing. Howdy, gentlemen. I think I've seen all the new stuff, and I've come here to confirm that. Well, thank you, Mudson. It's good to know that you've seen all the new stuff. What kind of new stuff, though? Is there any, /S? So the only thing added was the extra dialogue, right? But have you seen ores? That's a good question. Mudson, have you seen ores? So there is... Oh, hello. If I glance away at chat while I'm close to that thing, I am going to die instantly. That's just a known fact at this point. So I'm going to avoid that. The Paragon is unfortunately taking way too long to get over here. I mean, it's not like everyone's in trouble. We're doing just fine regardless, but... Okay, let's do it like this. Come on, little omen, get over here. Oh. Fury, you say? Well, I'm sure the pilot is going to be furious after he almost gets one shot. Not quite. Get him, boys. Oh no, harpoons. Anyways. Why is it firing its antimatter SRMs from out of range? That's pretty unusual. Okay. Kill it. Use your killing move. Thank you. Oh, just barely. We're not missing any ships, are we? No. Yeah, I just didn't deploy these two. Okay. Anubis. Getting absolutely crushed by the Paragon, of course. Naturally. Now, I need you to deal with that because I'm gonna die. Have I played around with the Anubis yet? Well, I'm currently running it in my fleet. It's not been super crazy, but it has contributed. Of course, I've been running like triple IR Autolance for the most part. Only recently got the Paladins, and then I had to move the officer to one of my frigates, so I'm not really deploying it because it has no officer. So, how good is it? Kind of hard for me to say. I haven't really given it a fair shake. Like, right now, it would probably be really useful to deal with all these mines. Honestly. My Afflictor's lifespan would go up tenfold. Alright, let's see if I can kill this little guy. Have you tried 3 Tachyon Lances? No. And I'm not going to. I already know how that's going to end. I don't need to be a mathematologist to understand that one. Yeah, that was not the best shot. Come on. Ooh, it's so close. And the Autolance has almost got it there. Oh, come on. There we go. The Omen is really small. It can be hard to hit sometimes. You know, I've got a little bit of skill issue too, but that's less important, honestly. That sounded like a ship explosion, but it was actually just blowing up debris. Are my engines still broken? That took a while. Yeah, I'm never going to kill a phase ship because I only have antimatter blasters. It is not going to happen. Bye-bye. Any thoughts on possible fighter-focused officer skills? It's definitely something they need to be careful with. Like, the main thing I want, the main reason I would want officer skills for carriers is just to customize them, right? Like, it's nice that you can kind of specialize, your officers get, like, skills that are specialized for the specific ship that you're running, or the specific weapons, and that feels good. And the fact that officers don't get that feels like they're just kind of less flexible. The problem is that if you give officers just, like, ways to power up their like waste power up their fighters, then it can be abused in fighter spam. So you just have to be careful with it. I'm not against the idea, though. I do like the extra customization that could come from it. Anubis could probably go auto pulse lasers with SO. Yeah, maybe with safety overrides. Maybe. Right, so I want to go survey this. Okay. I'm going to need this soon. Don't exactly need it right now. I mean, this would give a little bit of a stat boost just from existing. I'm too short on points. Yeah, I'll just take this one. It's got like a little, like not a big stat boost, but a little bit of a stat boost. Rift Torpedo could slap. Yeah, actually, that could be good. Because it's only like 3,000 flux to shoot. It's got enough capacity that it could do it, and the... Yeah. Rift Torpedo could work. Get like double Resonator, a Rift Torpedo, and go missile specialization. That seems doable. We're now hostile with the church. Lovely. Nice little tundra world. Of course, we've already learned that. We've already learned everything. Every blueprint. We've got to go to Yemeros Work. And man, this guy worked so hard, his last name is Work. Missile spec seems like an obvious choice for the Anubis. Well, maybe. I mean, you could run like double Paladin, or you could run triple Paladin and maybe some, I don't know, Arbalests up front. Like, I can imagine setups that don't use missiles at all being decent. Yeah, still gonna have to repair both of these when we get back. We can afford to do that, it's fine. So we're looking at, yeah, this is gonna be a Panther fleet. Alright. Well, hold on. You should probably just be in the Anubis for now because the Harbinger has no guns. So that way I can at least throw you into the battle and get you some levels. Paragon with 2 Anubis escorts. Isn't 2 a bit overkill? Wouldn't 1, just the 1 Anubis, be fine? But yeah, that could be interesting, is running like... Well, instead of running triple Paragon, you could run double Paragon with Anubis escort. For both of them. Why is there so many fleets? Who are all of you people? Yeah, we'll have to deal with that in a couple months, I guess. Yeah, it really is just like... We're close. I mean, we need to get up to cooperative, really. If we want to get... We want to be able to buy astrals. And raiding for blueprints sounds like a pain. Maybe I'll get lucky and I'll just find the astral blueprint. And of course, there's also a Panther station. Which surely is not affecting my planets, right? No, if we go to... There we go. Yeah, currently disrupted. But there is a bounty on this one. 26 more days, 300,000 credits. I mean, like, deploying one of these for 300,000 is nice. It's just, I don't know if I really need that money. I'm mostly about that reputation. So we'll try having this escort that, and we'll go take all the capture points. Like so. Doesn't the Paragon have enough PD by itself? I mean, yeah, for the most part. But there are definitely some cases where it might need more. Like, if you're fighting the Persian League, especially if you're trying to fight their, like, big colony defense fleet, you might want a little more against all of those DEMs. Or if you're fighting Threat, you might want a little more. I think in those cases, you might be able to justify bringing in Anubis for your Paragon. Yeah, even with the nerf to electronic warfare, we're still stealing these capture points fairly easily. Okay, why is this not working? There we go. I paired an Anubis with an Invictus. Now that sounds like an unholy combination. I'd like to try it. That is what I would prefer, to have some Manticores. They could be good artillery. No, I think I'm reading that out of context. I want to make bad decisions and lose sanity. Well, considering your username is fuckboy, that sounds appropriate. How you doing, Anubis? I mean, it is... The Paladins are able to kill frigates just fine. This guy doesn't even know I'm here, I guess. I know where he's facing. Hey, wake up. And this Manticore is shooting a Squall at me, which is, I mean, cool. Wait, is this all kinetic? Yeah, he's got like machine guns. This is 100% kinetic. There is no high explosive damage on this thing. That is blasphemy. I can't believe a Pather is even... Why does it have a Squall? This is a Pather fleet. It should have Hammer Barrage, and only Hammer Barrage. What is this heresy? Bro. That is awesome. I did not expect that to happen. I saw it coming at like the last second. Yo, that was... He's like, hey, I missed the Reaper. Here. Catch it on the rebound. Alright? You can throw it to him from the other side. You know, he was doing a pass, alright? He forgot this was not basketball and that you can't pass a Reaper to your teammate. Whoopsie. Yeah. Whoever's piloting that Afflictor, we're changing your name to Penny Skinus, because clearly that's who you are. Well, it looks like in order to replace the lost crew of the Afflictor, it looks like one cooler guy has sent another 50 people to go get gamer training so that they can die on board my Afflictor. And now we pursue, get a couple... Yeah, we get that. Rest in peace, my sweet prince. Well, I got my... Yeah, there we go, up to 51. I like how there's like this entire Pather Armada out here, but Mr. Arroyo gave me a bounty for just one specific fleet. That's interesting. I wonder what the story is there. We don't need you to kill all the Pathers. I just need you to kill this one specific guy. Yes, you've been gifted with the opportunity to die in the Afflictor. That's right, Stochastic Turtle. There was a 300k base, bro. I know. Have you seen... Not to like flex or anything, but have you seen my wallet? Alright, I've got 2.4 million bitcoins. I don't need your paltry 300,000 credits. In fact, if I could, I would pay 300,000 credits to a contractor who could get rid of the Pathers for me. I would hire my own mercenaries. Alright, I don't need to do this dirty work anymore. Alright, Pauline Bingus has money. Oh, that's what you need to understand. Okay. Well, we're going to ignore that. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go back here. I'm going to repair my ships. I'm going to get some phase lances for my boy. Ooh, level up. Good, 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 good. Okay, target analysis. Both of them are good. Probably don't even need target analysis right now. Honestly, we're not fighting too many capital ships just yet. I'll get that flux. Yeah, and I'll get more missions from Ryan. And we'll grind up that Tritakian reputation. That's what Nyx Erlin does. Yeah, you can hire fleets in Nyx Erlin. I did not know you could hire them to target Pather bases, but that sounds pretty useful. One thing I'll miss from the Hive is Robert Smith and his skin condition. He was a good captain. That's true. Robert Smith, you will be missed. I'm sure we'll find some other gimmick to replace it, though. Oh, a recoverable Dominator. It's not a 14 variant, though, so why would I ever want it? And let's go pay a visit to our friend. Oh, we're good on that front. Yes, yes, yes. I will pay your overpriced repairs, just like real car dealerships or car mechanics, anything car related. Okay, we do want this. We do want, I say this, and I say this. Throw in one of these. Get triple phase lance. Seems good. Now we can do a little repair. Surely you guys aren't going to have anything. That's fine. It's whatever. What do you got? Energy weapon mastery? Sounds good. Skill elite? Yeah. Could S-mod solar shielding. That'll be nice. Do I actually want to S-mod solar shielding? I might be fine just using regular solar shielding on the Paragon. I might be fine with that, so I can use S-mods on other stuff. Like at the very least, turret gyros. That's not something I've really done ever since they added... Ever since S-mod bonuses were added, I've not really done that. I guess it's worth doing. Yeah, we'll try that. We'll S-mod on a lot of the smaller ships, because normally they get their combat readiness one-shot by a storm. But the Paragon has enough resilience that with regular solar shielding, it'll only take like small chunks of damage, so it should be fine. And that means I can get the S-mod bonuses from this, plus some other thing. Probably Flux Distributor, though. Or, no, maybe a repair unit. We'll see. We will see. Yeah, that looks good to me. Alright, let's get another mission. Bounty. Oh! Good. Ah, this one's got a Paragon. No Astral, though. And, yeah, basic. This is like a basic early game bounty, but worth twice as much cash as normal. I mean, this looks like it could be fun. Let's do that. Pirates. 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 No thanks. We leave. And then we're going to hit up Kulan and see if they've got anything. Capital Assurance Fleet. I am going to have to challenge these, like, system defense forces at some point. You know, after I've had my fun killing demons, I'll come back and kill humans. Nah. Okay. Hey, look, there are Astrals. There they are. Just not enough reputation. We need to get up to, like, you know, the highest there is. And that's why we're going to do missions for Ryan. He should get us there. Field modulation and energy weapon mastery. Heck yeah. Oh. Right. Well. No, actually, I can just fire. Yeah, I can just fire somebody. I think that works fine. Hold on. I don't need to grab it just yet. I'll either save that story point. We'll go grab you, hire. Sounds good. Okay. So you can go here into the Harbinger, and then you, with field modulation, can go into the Omen. And that works just fine for me. Oh yeah, that's right. Bing. It automatically gets Bing added to its name because that's our call sign for our faction, and we produced the ship. It's the Bing Stellar Rose. Fastest Rep Grinder is a system bounty / bar bounty on a pirate system. Is that how you do it? Alright. I guess I'll have to look out for system bounties then. That's a Persian League, that is Hegemony, and that is Hegemony. Okay, so none for Tritac. Well, there's that Tritac. We'll see. I want to do this one. This one looks fun. Well, I haven't fought these kinds of guys in a while. We certainly haven't fought this many. Are you considering adding the combat results mod in the future? I think that it has a... The problem with the combat results is it does have an effect on performance. And I don't really need to look at combat results, I think, for the most part. You know, it's definitely useful for testing, but like for just like a regular playthrough, probably not. Just install Sniffer, then build comm relays anywhere. I guess that's true. I should be installing that. I should probably use the game mechanics, although mostly comm sniffers. No, yeah, let's just install it here. That should do the trick. Bro's got the sniffer. We've installed the big schnoz. Captain, we've deployed the sniffer. Big schnoz is engaged. I repeat, big schnoz is engaged. I do need to buy some more supplies. Research Station, Tritacian. Ooh, that's a good mission. Just browsing, just browsing. Another one, taunting me. Absolutely reprehensible. I swear, these guys don't even know what a phase lance is. Give me my supplies. Here, take this. You can have all of this. I don't need it. Yeah, okay, 1,000 supplies looking good. We're looking good. Excellent. Now we can get out of here. I'm a member and YouTube still gives me ads on these streams. What's the point of membership? Yeah, I don't think YouTube memberships get rid of it. That would make a lot of sense, though, wouldn't it? But I don't think they do that, unfortunately. For the most part, it looks like it's just like emotes. Kind of like a Twitch subscription would be. I think that's a suggestion people have made, is that memberships should remove ads from the channel you get membership for. But right now, the only way to get rid of ads is YouTube Premium. I think there's a setting to disable ads for your members. Okay. If that's a setting, then I will turn that on, because that sounds like a really good idea. I was looking through the perks. I didn't see that setting. But I could have easily missed it. There's a lot of information to sift through. Could be utterly wrong about that. Yeah, I'll have another look. It's a situation where I'm not like 100% confident. It's like I'm 60% confident I didn't see it, but 40% chance that I'm wrong here. I think YouTube is trying to make ads so annoying that people buy YouTube Premium. I mean, when it comes to annoying ads, I tried looking at a Twitch stream recently, and I cannot believe what I was seeing. Oh my god. It's like broadcast television's levels of unwatchable, but somehow more dystopian. It's like every 10 minutes you have to watch 2 minutes of unskippable ads on Twitch. And then on top of that, sometimes the broadcast, they'll just shrink the video and then add in, like, banner ads embedded in the video. Like, at least on YouTube banner ads, you can, like, click the X and they go away. But, like, no, Twitch, they're, like, they, add it into, they inject it into the broadcast. So now it's just part of it and you can't not look at them. It is unbelievable. It's just that ads seem to play whenever combat starts. That makes me mad. Yeah, well, the automated system is probably seeing the transition from normal gameplay to combat, and it's saying, like, there's a transition here. This is a good place to insert ads. Gate hauler arrived. Yeah, I saw that. I have 84 days to find these guys. Where are you hiding? I'm sorry, BB, but you're not getting my 15 cents worth of ad revenue. Oh! Ah, my poor wallet. How could you do this to me? My 15 cents of ad revenue. How am I gonna pay the bills? Won't you think of the poor streamer? Come on now. Don't be selfish. Let's... Wait, would this even find fleets? I don't think so. More for stationary objects. Divine beings schedule ads at the worst time. YouTube uses all seeing beings just to inconvenience you. Yes, that's true. People in positions of power are spending exorbitant amounts of money specifically to inconvenience you. Like you specifically, and not the other guy, not the other people watching, specifically you. There it is. Neutron detector does work on fleets? Or neutrino? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, like, they said they banned ad blockers on YouTube or something, but, I mean, people have definitely found ways around that. It's not like it's that hard. It's like, it's kind of a losing battle, really, if you want to try and get rid of ad blockers. Mine works fine. Yeah, exactly. Like, we are going to ban ad blockers because we need the revenue, and then everyone just continues to use their ad blockers, and it... Yeah, like, at the end of the day, they're never going to keep up. Like, if people want to watch things ad-free, they're going to find ways to do it. They haven't banned ad blockers, but they are fighting them by overloading our CPUs. Oh, is that how that is? There's lots of the... I'm sorry, little one. There's a lot of those guys flying around. Hello, and goodbye. Let's try that again. Hello, and goodbye. There we go. First try. Maybe we'll drop that. Yeah, let's not get distracted with that. You can sit with the Paragon, that's fine. Lots of these big boys. That's a lot of machine guns, which might be scary to a bigger ship, but to me, is meaningless. Yeah, okay, you guys don't have to fight over that. Can we try getting you to kill some big stuff? That seems good. I'm going to ignore you, and I'm going to fly up and kill this thing. Easy. Let's see, I want to get you next. Yeah, so there's still a decent range bonus on electronic warfare. Okay. It's just not quite as absurd. I think we're going to pull you guys over to this. Okay. Why don't you put your fleet into a single death ball? I think I'm going to do that now. I mean, it's definitely, especially with high-tech, a lot of the time defeat in detail is easier. Because you can use your frigates to just run around the map, distract. Like, look at all these ships it's pulling. Right? If all of these things ganged up on the Paragon at once, it might be an issue. Especially when it's only got one S-mod and a low-level officer. So if all of them were fighting it at once, that would be a problem. But because we've got these frigates flying around, they're kind of busy. So they can't really do that. It's usually part of the strategy. Now that thing is a pain to kill. I'm going to go kill this thing instead. Honestly, it's kind of easier to kill them than these guys because it's a bigger target. Who would win? 1 trillion mud skippers versus threat? Well, obviously, mud skippers. In fact, you could drop that number down to like 5 mud skippers, and I think they'd still win. Yeah, you can go grab that now. And grab that. That's fine. Okay, that thing has gone all the way to the edge of the map. We can do a little of this. Do one of those. Yeah, I'm fine pulling them together now so we can just kill them more efficiently. Yeah, okay, we're going to drop that now. Yeah, there we go. Here come the big ones. Close enough. Not quite a perfect shot. Okay, hold on. We are in position. You don't need to do that anymore. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, this looks good to me. Okay, let's see. Hold on. What? I was never here. Yeah, I think as an escort, the Anubis is doing alright. It's got enough shields that it can actually draw attention and take some damage. This guy's actually venting. Although it looks like he burned out and is now spinning away. Bye-bye. Let's get you over here, actually. We'll let the frigates take care of this one on the flank. I wonder if their ad block war made more people aware there are ad blockers. There's certainly an argument to be made for that. What is it called? The Streisand effect or something? I'm not sure if that's the right term. Oh, yeah, hold on. Somebody else said it like 5 seconds later. That's right, Podsky, the Streisand effect. Okay, so I was right. And back. Yeah, these medium-sized ones are the perfect target. They're big enough that they're easy to hit, but they're also small enough that I can kill them in one shot. And that just feels satisfying. I'll let the omens handle the little ones. You can handle the big ones. Hopefully we get some officer levels out of this. That would be nice. Bang. Chat, when was the last time you got a useful ad? In my case, 2012. Well, Stochastic Turtle. That is an interesting question. Do people actually click on ads? Well, I mean, they've got to at some point because, you know, they've got statistics on that. They can measure when people actually click on them. I mean, the part of advertising isn't just about, like, actually getting people to click on the ad. Part of advertising is just creating sort of general awareness of the product. So, for example, the reason Coca-Cola is everywhere is because everyone, like, if I say Coca-Cola, you know what it is instantly. And that's part of the point. It's like, if they show you a Coke ad, they're not hoping that you're going to click on the ad and buy Coke right now. Right? They're just doing it so that everyone is, that it's just constantly part of the cultural consciousness through sheer brute force. We just show it to you so much that it is impossible for you to not know what it is. And so if you go to a restaurant and your friend orders a Coke, you might get one too. Even if you don't care for it. You know, it's just everywhere. It permeates the culture. YouTube's 3-minute ads on 1-minute shorts made me more aware of ad blockers. I had a 30-minute ad once. On shorts? That's crazy. Oh, that's 12 gamma cores. That's not bad. Okay, I did get a level. Did that affect my Tritachyon relationship? Improved by 2. Okay. So we did get 2 from that. And then also these gamma cores will improve our relationship further. Nice. That's pretty sweet. And a potential officer promotion candidate. Okay. Yeah, we got a level. And that's 3 levels. Awesome. Excellent. Alright, we can get point defense. Systems expertise is guaranteed to show up at the next level. Beautiful. Which means that even if we don't end up getting target analysis, we can use Mentor to reroll. Perfect. The Tempest, I'm not as sure. Field modulation, helmsmanship seems right. But for skill number 6, I need systems expertise to increase the range on the... Systems expertise to increase the range on its termination sequence doesn't seem terrible. Do you just mentor an officer to get a certain skill? You can like when you mentor it. So if I look at the skills right here, if I mentor it, then I'm going to get a different selection of skills. It doesn't just expand it; it also re-rolls the ones that are visible. Okay, I think probably want both of these. Yeah. I mean, it is the point defense ship. I got to get point defense first. I gotta. It's just thematic. See, the thing is, skipping both of these is usually a huge pain. It makes it so much harder to get the right skills. So I think, like, missile spec is not going to do a whole lot, because it's just the one small missile amount. Systems expertise at least boosts the range of termination sequence by 50%, and the elite bonus is decent. So I think I'll go with that. Yeah, I guess that's what I'll do. Alright. We're out here, way at the edge of the sector. I guess I'll dip into these systems just to check if there are gates, and if not, then I'll just use the... Wait a minute. Go. What? I feel cheated. You're supposed to create a slipstream, not disappear. Yeah, so nothing? Okay. Is there any gates nearby? Hello? Gate? No, there's just a bunch of useless stable points. Oh, I guess I'll harvest this. Another gamma core. Excellent. Okay, well, I guess we're just going to use the slip surge. We did find an extra gamma core, so there's something. Okay, we're going to go over here. Surge. Go. What if the one empty system had an astral? Well, if that's the case, then I'm never going to find it, because I'm not looking for it. Because I respect the viewer's time, okay? I'm not going to waste your time on menial tasks that might not lead anywhere. Well, I wouldn't do that unless it was really funny. In which case, I totally would waste your time. Hello? I'm a little busy. I'll pay the credits. Yeah, I got places to be, man. Oh, right. Ah, that's right. There was a research station mission for Tritachyon that popped up just as I reached the station, and I noticed it, but when I left the station, I forgot to pick it up. Ah, that's a shame. I am only reminded of that now. Alright, we keep about 200. Okay, we're looking good. We pick that. We pick one of these. Alright. Any officers? Not really. Okay. So we're just going to turn in these cores. 7 points. 420,000. Nice. Classic funny number moment. Yeah, they never have phase lances. I've just got to go home to get them, I guess. Alright, you got another thing. Special Pirate Bounty Fleet. Huh? Okay, so this is one of those. Gotcha. Pathers. Pirates. Oh, okay, hold on. 280,000. Wait. Is this one of those? Yes, it is. Look. So the medium option is giving 280,000 credits, and the hard option is only 220,000. Sometimes that happens. Now that's interesting. I love how this fleet, the leader of the fleet, is actually this random rampart and not the Guardian. That's funny. That pirate bounty is a rep grinder. Yeah, that's what people have been saying. Have you ever done a campaign where you've decided to violently overthrow all the core world factions? That seems to be a common thing that people do. I just can't be bothered. You know, I already have... I build my empire outside the core worlds, and they could only ever dream of the level of power that John Starsector develops. At that point, it's like, do I really need to blow all of them up? Do I need to violently overthrow everybody? Or can I just leave them there so I can gloat with my superiority? And also removing them would kind of destroy my profits, because then I'd have no markets to sell to. So no, I don't really bother with that. Okay. Yeah, I do gotta go home. How's our reputation looking? Friendly, not quite cooperative though. We're getting close to being able to buy the Astral. Oh, right, we can just go to Galatia, get this wormhole. Although, really, I should be picking up this wormhole anchor. Independent... Oh, there's a Tritachyon, but... Is this the same orbital hab? Hold on. No, this is a different one. I mean, orbital habitats are kind of like the least interesting of the orbital stations. It's usually just a bunch of food and domestic goods. I once did a saturation bombardment rampage, and in the middle of it my income started to go down and I realized I'm losing consumers. Yeah, that's the problem you run into, Uber. You can't sell to your own faction. You need other factions to sell to. There's no profit to be made if there's no one to buy things. That's the Tritachyon creed. Or at least Tritachyon would do well to understand that after they tried to bomb Chico Moztok with, or tried to blow it up with a planet cracker. Like, what are you thinking? That's half of your customer base. Think of the losses on the quarterly report. Good Lord. This is unbelievable. Some people just don't understand business. Yeah, here we go. Phase Lance. The final frontier. Yeah, I guess I'll S-mod this so I can get burst lasers. This means it doesn't panic when it has to deal with fighters. There we go. And we get that elite so that it doesn't suck. Okay. That's pretty good. Just joining, think of any ways to use the Hall Mod's weapons. I mean, a lot of them seem like very expensive. Especially like the medium ones, I think would probably work best on the Aurora. Because in the past, the Aurora has proven to be a pretty good platform for some of the more expensive Omega weapons. So I think it would be a similar story there. Unfortunately, I haven't really been able to thoroughly test things. Well, let's just throw these guys in a simulation, see what happens. What kind of simulation can we get? Yeah, unfortunately, I've got to re-enable that so that I can actually just use whatever. But that's for the future, I guess. Mercenary group. Give me 200 with all ships having officers. Level 6. Here we go. Generate group. Deploy. And let's just see what happens. Can confirm Aurora with pseudo-particle jet and cryoblaster slaps hard. Yeah, that's what it seems like. That's like a... Like if you're testing out a bunch of like medium hybrid weapons and energy weapons with insane flux costs, the Aurora is a good platform to test them on. See, it's nice that the Sim Onslaught's not going to get bullied as hard, right? He's got skills, okay? He's got... I don't know why they always get systems expertise. It's so useless. See, this is why part of why the game is so easy. Onslaughts will just get systems expertise. Where's impact mitigation? Right, okay, combat endurance, helmsmanship, the other 4 skills, decent. But it's got no impact mitigation, no target analysis. It's in trouble. Omen down. Repeat, omen down. Is that true? Yes, we are down to 3 omens. Okay, you are just like hugging next to these guys. How about you go kill something, yeah? Come on, do it. Give him the old Harbinger special. Look at that soft flux. Yes, elite field modulation with phase anchor can do a lot of work here, but as soon as the other ship gets its beams on it, it's going to be scared. I'm definitely going to get like elite helmsmanship on this thing so it can get around a little faster. Get out of the way of the Reaper instead of like dodging back and forth in front of it. How about that? Yeah, see, this is a situation. This right here, elite helmsmanship makes all the difference because it would get the zero flux boost right now. It obviously doesn't want to. It doesn't want to phase because it's far enough that it's like it wants to save it in case it gets shot at, but it also doesn't want to vent because it's close enough that it might need to phase. How's this doing? Pretty good. Okay, how about you just kill the eagle? Have you tried that? No, go forward. Alright, don't, I guess. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, this is why I want to lead helmsmanship. So they can actually... Because the AI gets stuck in defensive mode and then just chooses not to do anything. Even though it absolutely could. Let's lead them back around this way, yeah? Let's see if we can kill that. You can just keep doing whatever it is you're doing. That's fine, I guess. You can help, and now you can get in there, because these two are going to help you out. You try to loop around there. Okay. Yeah, see, they got that overloaded. The Eagle's facing the wrong way because there's a frigate behind it, and now the Phase Lances can hit right into the engines. Easy cleanup. This Heron's just running... Okay, why is it... Oh, its engines are out. Ah, yeah, the Eagle with the ion beam got its engines. That's why it's sucking. And look, the Terminator drone is here. It's not all dead because it has a much better replacement time now. Incredible. Phenomenal. Let's get that thing. And this is without any player piloting. This is just the ships with a little bit of instruction. I also think the Aurora is the perfect platform for neutron torpedoes. Maybe it can actually punch up with them. Maybe. They are pretty good against capital ships, and it can easily mount 4 of them. I just think it might run out of ammo too fast. Although, I guess, if you kill the enemy fast enough, it kind of doesn't matter. Try fleet with only edgy named ships. Harbinger, Doom, Ziggurat. Well, that would just be phase ships. Hi, my name is Afflictor, because I afflict misery onto anyone who interacts with me. That is why they call me Afflictor. I'm, you know, that sort of thing. All of the phase ships are like that. Shade. Actually, not true. High-tech phase ships. Sorry. The low-tech phase ships, entirely different story. We got Gremlin. Now, maybe once upon a time, Gremlins would have been edgy. You know, there was a movie, I think, called Gremlins. But since then, Gremlin has more come to mean, like, someone who is, like, it's just kind of like a normal person. But, like, you know, they're going gremlin, goblin mode. They're not washing their clothes. Oh, no. How horrifying. Not exactly edgy. They call me Prometheus because a bird is clawing through my liver. Please help me, it hurts. Well, I hope you get the help you need, Philippa Duda. It sounds like a pretty rough situation. With expanded missile racks and missile spec, the Aurora can mount 24 neutron torpedoes, and they have a 10-second refire time, so they can last a while. That's true, they do have a long cooldown. Oh, right, okay. The battle's not going to end by itself because it's a simulation. That's right. Okay. So we just got to get ourselves a couple of Astrals. In this fleet, we'll be gold... Well, a couple of Astrals and an Ox. I do want 1 Ox. I can build an Ox. Excellent. Okay. Gremlins are dubious little creatures. That's exactly right. This dubious little creature is getting up to mischief. This is no good. Let's see. Wow, it's been 5 hours. Alright, yeah. I think now's a good place to stop. You know, we went through another cycle, got a lot of stuff done. We traded out our Onslaught for a Paragon. We built a new colony that can now do our industry. Things are looking pretty cool. Are you actually the guy who did the video? No. The Mischief video. No, I'm not that guy. Although I could probably... My impression's probably decent. Yeah, I think it's a pretty funny one. Yeah, so thank you all for showing up. Hope you all had a good time. Or fell asleep. You know, whichever one. Remember, the Auras are watching you. I really want to make like a cartoony version where the eyes are much bigger. Well, we'll see if that goes. Lupter. All right. See you guys all next time. Take care.